Welcome to the channel of PACIFIC414. Show us this loyalty. Throw yourself onto the subscribe button and submit yourself to the live streams, gaming streams, and so much more. Pathetic Earthlings, I command you.
Pop Talk is where it's at, baby.
Warning, due to adult language and humor, the following content may not be suitable for any viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised.
Blah, blah, blah.
The views and opinions expressed during the following live stream or video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank you.
Oh, no.
It's good.
Yeah, you finally got it, Baron. Respect my authority. Good evening and welcome, one and all, to PACIFIC414 Pop Talk, along with Baron Orban Tag and Cash Money 007. I am your host, Mike. I am the holder of the shiny things. The shiny things that are clips.
Yeah.
Woohoo.
What's the shiny things? Shiny things.
Tonight, we don't have a loaded edition of Pop Talk. We're just going to talk about a few things, a couple of articles, and Cash even has his own thoughts on a movie he just recently saw. And from the way it sounded like in the back, you all are going to be interested in hearing what he has to say.
Because I know everybody out there is thinking this.
What would you say you do here?
Yeah. So that D&D review will help out answering that question.
But before we begin, I do want to say hello to those of you who are in the chat. Real Wade Gaming Clips. Welcome, Wade. And we also have Jason Fox from 540 Studio. Welcome, Jason.
I'll get on the stream yet. I keep on missing his invites for his streams. I feel bad. But when he's well, I'm in a little bit of a, transition here. And no, not a transformer.
Oh, I knew it. So
Yeah.
that's fine. We'll
You'll call me Baroness from now on.
Baroness.
That's Baroness.
Getting the G.I. Joe surgery. Getting the Cobra surgery maybe instead.
Cobra. Hey,
Destro. Cobra Commander.
You gotta admit, she is hot, though.
Right? Yeah.
I got DM. Ooh. I got mail. Yay!
You got mail.
I forget who played her in the live-action G.I. Joe movie, but she didn't look too bad.
No, there were some good things about that movie. There's a lot of goofiness, but
There were two things that were good, and that was on her, right?
it wasn't just something. Yet it still felt like the cartoon. That's the funny part.
Well, that was 2000. I want to say 2009.
Think so.
So that was before all this. Oh, this never happened before now. Crap. There was never a strong this, strong that. Blah 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 blah. Yada yada yada. Do some research.
Serious.
So, Cash, should we just rip off that Band-Aid and go into that movie that you saw that you want to tell everybody about? Everybody,
sure.
Everybody, listen carefully, because I know you're going to want to buy tickets after you hear what Cash has to say about this movie that he saw the other day.
Really?
Oh boy, very exciting.
Wow.
Yeah.
I,
You really want to rip off that Band-Aid, Mike?
Well, it is Pop
want
Talk
to.
after all.
Yes.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Yes. Oh, Dungeons and Dragons, the movie. Oh boy. Well, that a lot of goofiness. Hugh Grant's role as like a grifter screwed over his. Do I want to spoil this movie? I guess it doesn't matter.
Here. If you're gonna say spoilers here, for anybody who's sensitive about spoilers,
Because some people
I'm
are.
sensitive. I'm about everything.
Yes. Ed, played by Chris Pine's character. Ed. Yeah, Ed. He's a thief. Would they start off? I'll get to the beginning. I guess they start off in prison because they've done bad things. Okay, that's fine. Olga, played by Michelle Rodriguez, she was, she's the warrior person. She has the most action sequences in this. You have a wizard that is not sure of himself. That's fine, but the way that the character kind of grows is weak. And then at the end of the movie, he's like, I got better. And I was like, ugh. It's like, yeah, I'm glad he got better, but why wasn't he practicing spells? There was a lot of things that I could see in my mind when I played D&D that the game master creates that wasn't in this. There's even the games is basically the game of Dungeons and Dragons. That things happen and you're on a board. Okay, fine. That basically is a distraction to what the Red Wizards are doing. Is it the Red Wizards?
Red Wizards of Fae.
The Red Wizards, yes. And so Neverwinter is mentioned in this. Baldur's Gate is mentioned in this movie. I feel like, well, that's obviously part of D&D. I get that.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, the Red Wizards. I'm guessing that's a real thing in D&D. Is these Red Wizards? Well, their whole point is to turn all the people in the areas or the world into zombies, which is pretty crazy. But
I mean, they just want to rule everything. That's all.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So they turn them into zombies and make them their slaves and stuff. And they have this weird red gas thing that comes down. It's like, oh, that's not fun. But the paladin in this, he could have been in the movie more. I would have liked to see him more. It's a freaking paladin, man. So he didn't really do any healing, which really aggravated me, because when I think of a paladin, he heals and he fights. He did do some cool fighting. There were some good action sequences in this, but they did not use him enough in this movie, and my brother felt the same way. And so the first time we saw him on screen, he's delivering a kid that is like a fish creature thing in the mouth of the mother to give to the father, the other creature. And I went, what the hell is this? So what this movie, it doesn't know what it wants to be. Does it want to be an action movie? Does it want to be a comedy? And so there's just way too many jokes. Even when they were in the graveyard and they get to ask 5 questions, it's like, okay, this is kind of funny. How this guy dies, and then they have to ask him at the graveyard. But they kept doing it. And then they did it again. And then they did it again. And they did it again. It's like, why do you want to beat us over the head with this joke? 5 questions. Do it once.
That's modern movies now. They like to beat us over the head.
Yeah. So the whole thing is they use the tablet to bring back Olga because Ed had a wife in this and has a daughter. And I was like, do he really need to have a daughter and a wife? I would have rather Ed be like, yeah, I'm a thief, so what? But then Ed, for whatever reason, and this is why I guess they like a lot of different YouTube channels and other people out there are saying that they're taking these male characters and they want to make them stupid and dumb. But I just thought it's like, dude, you're supposed to be a thief. And yes, you've had some failures, but he just like, oh, it's a failure, it's a failure, it's a failure. But even at the end of the movie, like they succeed. So I just thought that was really stupid. And the whole thing with they didn't do many spells. Like the wizard, he didn't do many spells. He could have spilled, but no, he didn't do many spells. And until the end of the movie, then he did it, and I was like, and it just, there was a lot of missed opportunities I felt. And so this movie was okay to mediocre to sometimes really crappy. And the dragon, the whole dragon about falling down and he's a porky pig looking dragon was stupid. That's not a cool looking dragon. That was a dumb looking dragon. I just was like,
dumbest dragon ever.
It really has to be one of them. It has to be one
Worst
of the
looking dragon ever.
It has to be one of the dumbest dragons I've ever seen on screen. It really does. And so I can understand why this movie is bombed. It probably won't make the budget back. It's close, but it's not there.
Well, it may make its budget back. It may not make its budget back, but you know what movie's going to conquer them all for quite a while? I'll tell you.
Super Mario?
It's me, Mario.
It's me, Mario. Yes, John Leguizamo can be in my movie. Anyways. Yeah.
So what we're saying here, in a nutshell, about the movie that you saw out there is this.
It stinks.
Yeah, it was okay to mediocre to stinks. It goes all over the place. It doesn't really, the title should have been, I don't know what this movie should be.
So
Action,
basically, it should be
comedy.
hauled away as garbage.
Yeah.
Some things are okay about it, but it just doesn't, too many jokes. I think the comedy just ruins it. There's just too much. The serious tone is when the red wizards come on the screen. That woman is terrifying. She's very devious, but I didn't like how stupid the guards were at the castle, that Hugh Grant's character thing, and the whole thing, he took his daughter in and he lied. Like, that was interesting. But I just, the family thing, I guess, was okay at the time. I'm like, does he need a family? But I would have rather him be a master thief. And Olga was fine. Like, I like usually roles that Rodriguez has been in. But she was fine. There could have been way more action in this. There could have been the Paladin. I didn't like the Paladin. There was a scene where he's like, okay, he's going in a straight line. This is what Ed said, Chris Pine's character. He's going in a straight line. Is he going to go over the rock? Oh, he went over the rock. And I'm just like, ugh.
Kind of a rocky scene, huh?
Yeah. Yes. And then when they were sitting on the log, like, they had to make a scene, well, I could sit on the log with you, but there's no room. And I'm like, oh my gosh.
It's like Titanic in D&D land.
I'll never let go. I'll never let go.
But
Never
he
gonna
said
let
it's just a thief, especially. I don't usually ever hear a thief saying, like, he would say, yeah, I failed, but I'm going to try again. And he did, obviously, but he's like, I'm a failure. I'm the biggest failure here. It's like, come on, man. Those things were just annoying. Yeah. There's about 8 people in the theater, I guess, 5 to 8 people. So, but this movie, yeah, I know, right? This movie, well, it's also the time too. I'm sure kids are in school, but or just about getting out of school. No, they probably still were in school for another hour or two. But yeah, this could have been a lot better, and it's just too many jokes, just too many jokes. Even when Olga, like in this movie, well, when she died, it was like, oh, should I bring back my mother with this tablet? No, I'll bring back Olga. Are you okay with that, daughter? Yeah, okay, fine.
Wait a moment.
More like,
how can you spoil that? Oh, wait a moment. There's a spoiler thing down there. Never mind.
Well, that was a juicy part, man. You spoiled it for everybody.
Yeah. Thanks, Cash.
It says spoilers.
I know. I love
it. I love that stuff. But yeah, the movie just could have been so much more. And I think if it had a more serious tone, it would have been better, because it started off good with the whole prison and Olga's in prison. But then it was like they started the jokes, and then they kept going and going and going. They even had a joke with with little people, and Olga's a tall lady, and then they have Chris. It's Chris Cooper, I think it was. No, it wasn't Chris Cooper. It was the guy from American Hustle.
Okay.
Who's also Rocket in Guardians of the Galaxy. You know what I'm thinking of?
I know you're thinking of, but why is his name not coming to mind right now?
Yeah, because we're brain damaged.
Yeah.
Bradley Cooper.
Bradley Cooper played this small person, and then he dated somebody else, and Olga they used to date, and so he told him about he got this, and the stick that he gave them turned out to be a stick that they could use to make portals. So this movie started becoming somewhat like Portal, the game of Val. That's what I started feeling like. It's just they're putting portals there, and I'm like, yeah, that would be pretty cool, because for some reason when they were in the dungeon, he hit the wrong button with his foot, and then the bridge collapsed, and it was like, come on. I guess it was supposed to be funny, and he's like, yeah, the wizard did that, and I'm like, ugh. So you had the wizard who was like, I'm not sure of myself. Then he liked the owlbear. The owlbear was pretty cool. Also, the changing was very cool. I like that. I think the owlbear should have had a bigger role, personally. I just like the owlbear.
It's bad when... Oh, can we have a little bit more owlbear and a little less Chris?
Seriously. Yeah. Yeah. I would have liked that.
I got a fever, and the only prescription is more owlbear.
Yep. And basically the wizard was a shyster, stealing people's jewels while trying to do silly tricks. And it's just this whole thing about how he was unsure of himself, and then he was finally more sure of himself. The way that the buildup was, I thought was really stupid. I was like, ugh. Yeah. So basically Dungeons and Dragons is a movie where it just doesn't exactly know what it wants to be.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that'll move us on to a movie that everybody knows what it wants to be, even if Grace Randolph doesn't.
Why was I going to say this about Cash's review?
3 hours later.
That's right. No, I couldn't. I wouldn't want to drag that out 3 hours. I think I might explode.
You know what's really good about that story? The ending.
It was a happy ending, Baron. Yeah. It was a happy ending.
Oh, you had a happy ending. Oh,
yeah, it did.
Okay.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I know last week's Pop Talk we talked about Super Mario Brothers. Well, this week we're talking about it again, and for good reason, because it's proven all those so-called expert critics how wrong they are when it comes to movies. We have this article from Cosmic Book News. It says Super Mario crushes box office. Illumination, Nintendo, and Chris Pratt pounce on the competition, including John Wick, D&D, and Shazam. I don't think Universal's going to be too disappointed, because they, along with Nintendo, are bringing in the moolah. It says, as expected, the Super Mario Brothers movie has crushed the box office and actually is now the best global animated movie of all time and the best 5-day opening in North America. The flick opened last Wednesday, and from Wednesday to Sunday brought in $204.6 million, surpassing the previous 5-day record holder set by Transformers: Revenge of the Fallen's $200 million back in 2009. And yes, I actually did go see that movie. Boy, was it a mess. In the US and Canada, the article says, globally, the Super Mario Brothers movie has brought in $377.2 million, although we'll look at the updated figures, at least with yesterday's totals included. The best of all time for an animated movie, and number 3 for Easter weekend, trailing Batman vs. Superman's $181 million and 2015's Furious 7 $161 million. I actually saw Furious 7 back in 2015 when I was on a vacation.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
For the 3-day weekend, Mario also surpassed all estimates with 146.4 million. Moviegoers also love what they see, as the Rotten Tomatoes audience score is at 96% at the time of this publishing, along with a cinema score of 7.4 rating on IMDb as well. However, it's a different story from the critics, as Rotten Tomatoes scores stands only at 56% because they're soulless, which more than one fan has suggested is due to the critics not favoring the perceived politics by Chris Pratt. Well, who cares what the critics think, right? Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. This movie proves without a shadow of a doubt that who cares what the expert critics actually think. It's up to each and every one of us to go see these movies for ourselves and make a judgment about it for ourselves. And this is a great movie. It's a fun movie. Yeah, it might be short compared to a lot of movies nowadays, but it has fun with itself because it knows exactly what it is.
Yep, and Nintendo's involved in it, so that's always a big. But the fact that you had one reviewer from WCCF Tech who got blasted, and I blasted him too, made fun of him, is talking about how I know, right? He says, "Oh, it should have been more like Sonic. Like it should have been more. It should have been this. It should have been that." And so people in their brains are thinking, other people are thinking, is it because it didn't check certain boxes? Is that why it upsets you guys?
Well, here's another thing too, Cash. If you read any of the critic, reviews on Rotten Tomatoes, you go through enough of them, they all sound exactly the same carbon copy review, copy and paste over and over again.
Ridiculous. You felt that same way about that review I showed of the WCCF Tech, right? You said it's of course.
It said the same thing that a lot of the other ones I've seen were saying. And it just goes to show that they're using one person and everybody's using that same review and just putting their name behind it.
Ridiculous.
And this article continues by saying the Super Mario Brothers movie success is no brainer. As everyone went to see the Super Mario Brothers movie over the holiday break, yep, that means the rest of the pack out this weekend bombed big time, as Mario actually 10-timed the competition. Coming in second this weekend was John Wick Chapter 4 in its third weekend, which brought in $14.6 million. It's made a total of $269. Sorry, there's my other mistake, other blooper. Worldwide, and managed to knock out Dungeons and Dragons in its second weekend, which has absolutely bombed at the box office, with a second weekend drop over 60% with $14.5 million, and a worldwide box office of only $124 million, while the film costs over $150 million plus marketing. Yeah, can't see any D&D sequels from that. Well, really, they should have looked at the release calendar and went, wait a minute, Mario comes out a week after us? I mean, another reason I say that, look at how popular Super Nintendo World is in both Universal Studios Japan and Hollywood right now.
Not surprised.
For those of us who are old enough to remember and grow up with Nintendo, Nintendo's been a powerhouse. Yeah, they had a period of time where they lost favor with gamers, and gamers were preferring the Xbox and PlayStation over a Nintendo console. Then comes the Wii, and Nintendo's back on top again. Then comes the Wii U. Nintendo's no longer on top again. Now comes the Switch. Nintendo is competitive again, if not back on top. And then you look at the success of this movie. It just tells you that if you make a video game movie right, people will come see it. You all know that I'm a fan of Mega Man. I've played quite a few Mega Man games here on the channel.
He has.
And I would love to see them do a Mega Man game, looking at Mario and saying, okay, what can we do for a Mega Man game in an animated style? I don't want to see it in live action. I don't think it would work properly in live action.
Well, they had a fun cartoon before. I mean, I don't know, live action Mega Man.
You watch cartoons, Cash?
I know, right?
I thought you were too mature for
Never, yeah. Never. Yeah, I think it would an animated movie of Mega Man if that's what they wanted to do. Sure, I don't know, live action of Mega Man. That would be something.
It would. It would be crap.
But then again, I'm sure there's somebody out there on YouTube who's done one that's pretty cool.
I'm sure there is, because the fan-made films that you can find here on YouTube have been pretty good, at least the ones I've found.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That My Hero Academia one was pretty good.
Yeah. So this article continues by saying another massive bomb is Shazam! Fury of the Gods. As with its fourth weekend of release, the DC sequel produced by the new co-head of the DCU, Peter Safran, only brought in $1.6 million for a current worldwide total of only $123 million. Zachary Levi begged families to go see Shazam 2 instead of John Wick, so they went to see Super Mario. Don't beg. Regarding the big success of the Super Mario Brothers movie, it isn't rocket science. This isn't The Godfather. As all you have to do is provide the fans with what they want, which for something like Mario, is simply a decent story, good art, and graphics and fun. That's it. The 90-minute runtime is perfect, especially for families with younger kids. So, Sonic, looking at you. No more 2+ hour runtimes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they could have taken out the wedding stuff in Sonic 2, but Sonic 2 those movies did a lot of things right. A lot.
Mm-hmm.
So...
Well, that's just it. People are rewarding the ones that are entertaining them.
Yep.
It's not surprising that it's a Mario would be so popular because all I have to find out is not woke. It's just a silly, fun movie, something that you can bring the entire family to. I'm suppose people are kind of thinking the same thing with D&D, but we all heard about Cash, but they're rewarding them. They're rewarding the ones that are giving them what they want for entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
They're letting them know. So the thing is, now it's up to the studios to heed that. It's like, instead of getting their nose out of joint, going, no, we're going to keep on this path and force blah blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, those are the only two choices studios have, and all depends. Who's got the egos and who is greedy for the moolah?
Yep.
That's what it's going to come down to.
And you know what? I watched Grace Randolph's review of the movie, and she was saying how Bowser wanting to marry the princess was dated. It's in the game, so anyone who's going to see this movie wants to see things from the game. And yes, they're even going to want to see Bowser Koopa going after Princess Peach Toadstool and wanted to marry her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's not an outdated thing.
No.
It's not.
This is Grace Randolph. She's not everybody's favorite movie critic.
Are intelligent.
I don't know. I don't pay much attention to her sometimes, but sometimes websites, Grace Randolph said this, and Grace, it's like, who cares?
All right, the same thing can be applied here. Well, PACIFIC414 Mike said this. Who cares?
Right. Yeah,
And
I
that's
have
just
to,
me poking fun at myself.
it's just you have to blast these sites too. Well, you don't have to, but you can make fun of them and laugh at them, and they do give you entertainment because you laugh at them because they're the ones who going on these agendas and this campaign about this nonsense that shouldn't even be in these games in the first place or these movies. And it's just they talk about, oh, it should have been more super, it should have been like Sonic, it should have been like this. No, it should be its own thing. It's just they want to look for parts, and and a lot of the fans who love these properties are like, what are you talking about? It's just where did Mario touch you on the doll? Like, it's just weird.
Well, you know what? This is a joke, people. This is a joke, YouTube. The reason why some people are so salty with those Super Mario Brothers movies is because they haven't been in any Mario game in their life.
Maybe so. I don't know, but it's really just ridiculous. There's still a few critics that like make sense, but other ones, what are you guys talking about, man? Yet that's why people are like, did this check boxes? Did you want this crap in video games that shouldn't be there? Like, it's legitimate crap. And but you're upset about Mario. Like, it's really funny. You can feel any way you want, but we're gonna laugh at you because it's just funny. Like, I'm not even mad that they put out reviews like that. I just roll my eyes. It's just funny. Considering they care so much about all this other stuff, but Mario offends them. Like, it's just.
I mean, you want to know something, and it goes back to me saying they've never beaten a Mario game in their life. I can still remember when I beat the original Super Mario Brothers for the first time.
Yeah,
and how excited I was. It
very
was a half
true,
day.
Andrew. Very true. Yep.
It was a half day at school when I did it. So I came home, did my homework, and then I turned on my Nintendo and started playing Super Mario Brothers. Both my mom and dad were at work. And when I beat the game, I left my Nintendo on and turned off the TV. And as soon as my dad came home, I said, I want to show you something. I want to show you something. I did it, Dad. I did it. I turned on the TV and I showed him I beat the game. And then when my mom came home, same thing. I was just so excited. Because
well, it's like it reminds me of that episode of the Goldbergs where Adam beats the level, and it's like he wants to run, take a picture of the screen, but his dad comes in and switches it all up or something, or his brother, I can't remember, so he didn't get that picture.
Well, I mean, that is something that we used to do back in the day. We would take a screenshot by grabbing a camera, making sure that there wasn't any light to interfere with the TV screen, because otherwise the flash would reflect back and you wouldn't see anything. Because back in the day, you could submit those pictures to Nintendo Power.
Yeah, and some others.
That's true. Gosh, wow, so many years ago.
Good times, good times. You know, you could submit the picture, and if you got a high score that hadn't been reached yet, it would have that high score in it. And they would actually give people credit.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, that was pretty cool back in the day.
Oh, yeah, it was, yeah.
Yeah, that is cool stuff, yeah.
And that was things people were very proud of. I mean, I guess the only touching thing that comes out of this new era of video games, because you don't really have that anymore, is the kid that had the racing game on one of the older systems, and his father used to always play the game, and then his father passed, and then he got on there and he noticed that his dad was a ghost on there because it was the best that they had the last game. So it was like playing with his father 9 years later or whatever it was, and he made sure that he'd always let his dad win, so that would always stay in the game.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you know, that's about the only thing I can think of that's endearing story about the modern video game. It's sad because I wish there was more. Just like we're talking about taking the pictures and putting your initials on those games. Usually was ASS, but that's beside the point.
Well, now you can just take a screenshot, which is cool. So
Yeah, no, well, yeah, but do people play? Yeah, do they have arcades and all that? I mean, I don't know. It's just
I mean, they'll buy those arcade one-ups, but it's not like back in the day where you go to Chuck E. Cheese or you go to
an arcade.
Yeah.
Yeah. Godfather's Pizza, Schneider's Drugs, whatever, because every place always at least had one video game.
Yeah. Or I could walk into my video store and they had an arcade cabinet and they would say, "Don't tell anybody, but we're going to let you play just one game for free." When they first got it. But they said after that, you have to have quarters. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
The one arcade we went to all the time was great because you had to change it in for tokens or whatever, and so it was put $1 in the machine, they gave you 5.
Yep.
So it was like, oh wow, it's not 25 cents. It's like, what a deal.
That was places over here like Malibu Grand Prix or Chuck E. Cheese even back in the day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Crosstown Arcade. Many hours.
We don't have one in our area, but some people can go to Dave and Buster's and play games all day.
We had one here, but I think it got torn down. I don't know if it's because of the COVID situation. I'm not sure. Maybe they just weren't making money, but I think they tore it down.
Yeah. But go ahead, Cash.
Yeah.
It's too bad that but unfortunately things change, and it's just the way the world works, and so this stuff goes away. And what do you need anymore? You don't really care as much about this stuff. You have a nice computer, you can play arcade games, you have a nice controller, you have this, you have that. So, but going to an arcade, I still feel is special. Putting in a quarter, playing Simpsons, for example, back in the day, playing Turtles in Time. Yes, but when you have it right at home, you just wake up. It's looking at you or whatever.
And sometimes you just walk by it like, I'm not ready to play now. Yeah, but back in the day, you can go to an arcade, you can go to a bowling alley, Chuck E. Cheese, and you can have your food with you as your
Yep, Skateland. I remember had the original Mortal Kombat in the back. I used to play
Saints roller skating rink for us.
Nice.
Ups and Downs skating rink in Escondido, California.
And there was a lot of ups and downs. Whoop, bump.
Yeah, that's what they call it, ups and downs.
I kind of figured that.
But I can remember playing the arcade version of Super Mario Brothers.
Yep.
And just the subtle differences that the arcade version had as compared to the home console.
Yep. When Wreck-It Ralph came out over here, when they used to have the Sherman Oaks ArcLight, I still miss it. They set up gaming when that came out, so they had the Wreck-It Ralph game, and then they had Super Mario. And I remember my brother, he was playing Super Mario, and these kids started watching him. It was the craziest thing. They were so mesmerized by that game. And watching my brother play it and do those things, it was funny.
Well, you mentioned that, and I can remember this was after a walkathon at SeaWorld in San Diego. It was me and a friend of mine. His name was Kyle, and we saw Turtles in Time, the arcade. And we both had enough quarters, and we actually beat the game. And we had people watching us, and it was just 2 of us.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
You became a little celebrity for a while.
Yeah.
How many quarters do you think you used that day, though?
I can't even tell you. Nice. I lost count after I put in my first 4. Yep. But I mean, those are the kind of memories that I'm sorry, kids, you won't have today.
No.
But taking a look at the box office gross as of yesterday's totals. I mean, look at this worldwide total right here. 427 million. That's what the MCU used to do.
Mm-hmm.
And you have the domestic gross and you have the worldwide total, but this movie hasn't even debuted in Japan yet.
Mm-hmm. Oh my.
So imagine what's going to happen when it's released in Japan and how successful it's going to be over there.
I wonder who's going to do the voice.
This has to make overall. It's going to get to $1 billion.
It's going to get to $1 billion.
It's going to.
Because it's not just going to be just Japan itself, but you have like Hong Kong and all those other places that are nuts about it. So
yeah, I mean, well, let's be perfectly honest here. By the time its theatrical run is said and done, it's going to break a lot of animated feature film records.
It should. Now, will it beat something like Frozen? Well, we'll have to see.
I wouldn't mind seeing Mario do that.
I wouldn't either. It's a McCracken.
Oh, McCracken? We have a McCracken.
Phil McCracken.
It's Mr. McCracken himself.
It is.
The world famous troll. Ours, we like to say.
McCracken, worst troll ever.
Yeah, I'm sure. But I'm sure they're going to leave it in theaters for a while, just like Top Gun.
Yeah.
Yes. Top Gun Maverick. Shouldn't say Top Gun. Top Gun's the first.
Yeah. What are you doing there, man? That wasn't proper.
But yeah, Angry Canadian saying apparently it's being released on digital streaming in 30 days. Well, imagine when it comes to Peacock and we don't hear from Baron for a while. And then when we do, he's going to be dressed up in a hat and he's going to be wearing a red shirt and overalls.
It's me, Mario.
It's a me, Barrio.
Barrio.
I like that.
Barrio.
Nice.
Mamma mia, that's a spicy.
It's interesting to see. Is this actually going to start bringing other Nintendo properties that are animated? Since this has made money, are we going to maybe see a Star Fox? Would there be enough interest in that? Maybe so. Who knows?
If they decide, this is the start of the Nintendo movie series, Nintendo movie universe, whatever you want to call it.
Oh, that's going to be scary.
Nintendo, in a lot of ways, is like Walt Disney, I would say. They want to be involved in what's going to make money.
Yeah.
What this and that, yes. Mm-hmm.
The next movie I could see being made is A Legend of Zelda.
Actually, I'm surprised there hasn't been one yet.
As long as it's not the CDI. I don't know what Gandalf came to do.
Oh, I've seen videos of that.
It's rage.
That's horrible.
It's just, my boy. I don't know what Gandalf's up to.
my boy. When you say that, it just makes me think of Kratos in God of War. Come here, boy.
Yeah, he says it like,
get over here, boy.
Yeah, that annoys the crap out of my friends. Yeah.
Squeal like a big boy.
I'm the God of War, boy.
Now you're starting to sound like macho.
Macho Man Randy Savage. Well, that's pretty much the only voice I can do.
That's the God of War voice. Someone should be doing that as the God of War voice.
Oh God, Randy Savage as Kratos.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh yeah, I'm gonna bring hellfire and brimstone down here because I'm the God of War. Yeah.
Pretty good.
We got a winner.
And Angry Canadian saying, we don't need a Donkey Kong movie because we already have Legend of the Crystal Coconut. And I'll admit, even a week later, my only drawback to Super Mario was Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong.
It's all right. I understand. It's Seth Rogen though didn't hurt the Fablemans. He actually had a quality role. The thing is, the guy can do these things, but it's his attitude and stuff like Santa Inc. Ugh, that is just the way he went about that whole situation. He could have said, "I fucked up. I fucked up, guys. I fucked up. I'll do better. I'm serious." And Sarah Silverman could have said the same thing. But
oh, you know she couldn't do that. She could never bring herself to say that. She is so full of herself.
I know.
She thinks her shit smells like roses.
Yep. And she used to be funny.
You mean to tell me it doesn't?
Not hers. When you get a good wind coming from California after she takes a dump, we all smell it over here.
Well, if you get any wind, it's going to be the hot Santa Ana wind. So I don't know if you want to smell it, Baron.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, even De Niro apologized for Little Fockers, and George Clooney apologized for Batman and Robin. He's at least apologized a few times. Said, "Yeah, dude, that movie was a mess." He's like, "Yeah, that didn't go well." But man, Seth Rogen, he just thinks he's just going to double down. It's like, wow, dude, you're something, aren't you? Yeah. He can have a circle jerk with Leguizamo and some other people.
Well, they're just upset that other stuff is getting. He's probably afraid that good old Turtles are going to get kicked in the keister.
It might, but if it does make money, though, it's going to be aggravating. It may not. I think people are really generally upset about it, not just people on Twitter. They be, what the fuck is this? So.
Yeah. Oh, I know. It's just.
What's up, Chris?
Hello, Spartacus. Welcome.
No. I'm happy for Mario. I hope Mario destroys all like animated films, pretty much. Like just, especially, I think Frozen is still the #1 animated film of all time in terms of box office. I think
it might be right now, but I don't think it's going to be
has a chance
the box office queen for very long. I think Mario is going to take over.
Depends on the longevity and if people want to see it over and over and over again, and it seems like they do. So.
Well.
It's got to stay in the top 5 for a number of weeks and then longer and whatever.
We know somebody who's already gone to see it again.
Yeah, true.
Who?
Brandon, the anime guy.
Oh, Brandon. Okay.
Oh,
yeah, he posted a video the other day saying he went and saw it again.
Awesome.
And that's the thing. Mario has that kind of longevity where people are going to want to go back for a repeat viewing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's be honest about this. Mario comes from Japan. It's kind of like a pseudo anime, so of course Brandon's going to go see it again and again. It's just that's the way it is. It's Japan. He's a weeb.
You hear that, Brandon? You're being called out. But the reason why I also mentioned Brandon and anime because we got somebody who can destroy your mythos in a minute, baby, and he's supposedly working on a live action Akira movie.
Oh God!
Take this with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
I'll destroy your Akira in a minute, baby.
The thing that I don't understand about this man is I actually liked Ragnarok and he directed that. And then he just went crazy with the jokes and it's too much, man. Yeah. I think the jokes are the biggest problem. And so I could see this having a lot of stupid jokes.
Now, but take a look at how he looks in that picture there. And this is not to be political, but he's got AOC eyes and almost an AOC smile.
The crazy eyes, the crazy look.
Yes.
I mean, this has a serious tone. This is not a happy.
And there's nothing happy about Akira. There is not a thing.
So, is he actually gonna find a brain and do it justice and bring on the right people, like the people who have worked on this before? I'm sure they're still alive. This was 80s.
Let's find out.
Yeah, the original was 80s. So.
Yeah, like
88, 80s. I believe.
Yeah, 88. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, that was one of the first animes I purchased was Akira.
Mm-hmm. I think a lot of people sit back and say that.
So this is from Bounty in the Comics. It says Taika Waititi reportedly moving forward with his live-action Akira adaptation. Sounds like all his focus is on that project. This is by Spencer Macaulay. It was posted just yesterday on Bounty in the Comics, and it says, in a development that, if true, so, like anything, take it with rumor.
Rumor.
Because we do read the articles that talk about a rumor, but take it with a grain of salt.
Mm-hmm.
But it says in a development that, if true, would have both anime fans and general audiences recoiling in horror. Yeah, that's true. A new rumor suggests that infamous director Taika, I'll burn
Waititi.
your mythos in a minute.
Sorry.
Waititi is moving full steam ahead with his previously announced live-action cinematic adaptation of I can't even say his name right, so I'm not even gonna. I'd say it's not. No disrespect, but I'm not even gonna try to butcher it. But trying to do a live-action adaptation of Akira.
Oh, God.
First tapped to helm the project in 2017, Waititi's Warner Brothers produced take on Akira was originally set to release in May 2021, opposite John Wick Chapter 4. The latter was eventually moved to 2023 thanks to the COVID-19 pandemic. And it says wreaking havoc on Hollywood production schedules, with the director promising that his film would have focused more on honoring Otomo's original manga rather than its famous animated adaptation. Well, either way, I still cringe.
There is a ton of cringe for this whole thing. What the hell is that? Oh, Thor. Okay.
Yeah, that's Thor: Love and Blunder.
Yeah.
So the article says, "I actually love the books," Waititi said. And he told this to IGN in 2017 when asked about his involvement with the live-action film. "Love the movie, but I would not do a remake of the movie. I would do an adaptation of the books." And yeah, so anyway, there's been some chats about me directing Akira. However, go ahead, Baron.
Oh, I was going to sit back and say there is one little hope in there when he was sitting back saying that I have no problem with. He was wanting to do it off the books, not do a translation of the animated film, which starts piquing interest right there. Okay, he says he knows about the books.
Mm-hmm.
How serious though are you going to be? You
Yeah.
can't be yourself now. You have to grow up now.
He's got a track record of directing movies, and the movies, well, they're turds.
Yeah.
They're just too goofy. I think that's the biggest problem, right? Just
Well, yeah, there's something definitely, and really, honestly, well, this question can wait to the end. So,
Okay. And the article continues by saying, however, before his adaptation could properly fire its engines and move past preliminary casting discussions, Waititi put the entire project on hold in favor of directing his recent disaster, Thor: Love and Thunder. According to sources who allegedly spoke with The Hollywood Reporter, Waititi's temporary exit was also prompted by script development concerns. You think?
really, is that so?
The article goes on to say, but now, after having essentially put a nail into the coffin of Thor's MCU character, it looks like Waititi's is turning his attentions toward Neo Tokyo. On April 8th, Deadline senior film reporter Justin Kroll announced via his personal Twitter account that since everyone is wondering where his Star Wars film is, if I were a betting man, my guess is Taika Taika's next movie is his Akira movie at WB, which he put on the shelf to do Love and Thunder.
Mistake.
Hmm.
Well, maybe not.
That remains to be seen.
Right. Yeah.
He never left the film, and word is script should be into studio soon. He added again, nothing set in stone, as the film would go through regular process before green light, and it also goes on to say, including featuring figuring out the budget and all that other stuff. So yeah, take this as a rumor, folks, until we actually hear that the movie's actually in production after casting announcements and filming's actually begun. Take this as a grain of salt.
Yeah. Because unfortunately, this stuff doesn't always happen. It falls apart, or just. I mean, it's amazing. Even something like Uncharted finally got made. That was in production hell for I don't know how many years. So.
But the thing is I think is a general agreement that the people do not want him to do that movie, to take Akira, because of his track records with, the fact, other than the fact that the films went burp, but how he had the film, there's, with his irreverent ways that he has. Akira is the one that really introduced a lot of Americans to anime. I mean, before that was kind of a niche thing. I mean, he still was after, but I mean, it really kicked open doors, that movie, because of basically just the art style. I mean, just watch that film, realizing this is all done by hand and how beautiful it is. So that's that sort of Damocles, more than anything else, this is what got a lot of people become weeps. And we don't want to have that stuff destroyed.
No.
Obviously I'm older school. I'm Star Blazers and stuff like that. But, like you, Mike, or you, Cash, you're in the age area where it would be Akira.
It would, it would be Akira. But I don't think I've ever watched all of Akira, because it took me, I think it was into my early 20s when I finally got more into anime. Because my first, I was first saw anime, I think it was Voltron, because that is considered anime.
Yeah.
Or Transformers.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are both anime.
Well, you mentioned Transformers. Depending on who you talk to, some say because it was an American-produced cartoon, it wasn't anime. Yet there are Transformers series that were done exclusively for Japan, which I would think would be considered anime.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, it's one of those convoluted things that they have with that. But the big thing is,
Taika Waititi's face off the screen. I'm tired of looking at it.
Thank you. But the big thing is, though, too, is this Akira is very, very there's no way you can make light of anything in this film. It's a heavy and yes, a very odd film. I'm not going to deny that. And I think it was for those many factors, with the art style, the weird story, the storytelling. It was nothing that people in the United States had really seen before. And with its serious overtones, there was not really moments of that much levity in the movie. And I can see him starting to turn around and do, silly stuff around, all throughout there. Do a little JoJo dance here or whatever scene or whatever the heck that movie was.
Yeah, I like that film, Jojo Rabbit.
Yeah, Jojo Rabbit. There we go.
That movie had a serious tone too, though. It was.
Yeah. So I mean, is he able to do it? I mean, a lot of people are nervous, but that's kind of a trap that he got himself put into.
Right.
For whatever reason, they allowed himself to.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to a live-action Akira, let's just wait and see if it actually comes to fruition. And if it does, pray.
Well, now... Oh, sorry.
Pray that it actually holds true to the source material.
Yeah, and now actually it's a period piece, because Akira took place in 2019.
Yeah.
Isn't it amazing to be living in these times of all this turmoil that they have? And it's like, no, we got our own turmoil. Thank you very much.
Oh,
Well, just like in Transformers the movie, it starts off with the narrator saying it is the year 2005. And that was 30 years from the time. Well, I shouldn't say exactly 30 years. It was more like 28 years. No, not 28, 29 years. Gosh, my math is horrible tonight.
As Anonymous would say, like, I can be an optimist, but the thing is, even these adaptations, how do they do it right? Or what would work? Because you follow most you follow most of the source material. You follow it, or you don't want to follow it. You make something very interesting. Characters die. There's sadness. There's a story. There's a lot of stuff. And I think what we've talked about before is we've gone away from the story, and then we want all this other nonsense that it just doesn't connect that well.
Right. Well, they've lost the ability to do proper story writing or such, because this is the age of the fan fiction, the fanboy girl fiction.
They don't want to do. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was just going to say, and basically, they don't allow themselves to get out of that, and therefore, things suffer.
Yeah, it does. It does suffer, and then they do stuff that's right, and then they do things wrong again, and so on. But I really think this whole thing about this goofiness in movies is just not a good direction. I'd really like to sit down with a lot of people who go to films or watch and say, do you guys think that this is a really good direction for Hollywood? Do you like this? And I would be very curious to see what they have to say.
Yeah.
Maybe we just need to put out questions on Twitter of that and see if anyone wants to answer them.
And it comes back, there's actually 3 responses, and Cash only had 2, but there were 3, and there were several people that put under these people. Yes, no, and these people.
No. They matter, Baron. They're more than just people. No. I don't know what Chris was talking about. Jeremy, rather. Is he talking about Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers and something? I don't know what he's talking about. It's funny though, but
I don't get the reference.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I haven't been watching a lot of the big YouTubers that much.
Yeah, I haven't either. No.
Yeah, because buy local. Don't go for those big brands. Come on, go to the smaller brands. Yeah, we're elitists. Yeah.
Well, the reason why is because I've been doing my own streams and
right, exactly,
doing my own videos. So
Yep. Yeah, when you're doing your own stuff, whether you're doing little segment ones or shorts or whatever you want, and then doing live streams, even when you're doing and I can't really do it that 1.5 speed. Even doing that takes a lot of time, and I can't do it because I just can't get through that chipmunk talk.
Yeah.
And Coach sounds funny enough as it is. Kidding, Coach. Kidding. I love you, man.
Coach is a good guy.
Another thing, sometimes I'll turn on a stream, but I'm not actually listening to it to listen to the topic. Some of the stream, I'm going to admit it, some of the stream has been background noise for me as I'm working on my own stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's where you got the plagiarism stuff. Okay.
Baron.
Watch out, Baron.
Hey, don't worry. We got Lord Crit to be his lawyer. Don't worry.
He's got that button, dude. Watch out.
Yes, but Cash, he's got the button to bring himself back.
Hey, with great power comes great responsibility.
Yes.
And I don't want to make it sound like I'm not really paying attention. I'm just listening. If I hear something that I want to chime in on, of course I'll chime in the chat and say something. But a lot of times, when I'm working on my own stuff,
Yep.
I'm just listening. Or when I'm not working on my own stuff, I am there, but I don't really have much to say, and I'm just watching. I'm just listening. I'm just lurking.
I was just going to say he's a lurker.
I'm leaving that like button. I'm sharing out the stream.
And of course, now we have that segue. And of course, where do lurkers usually hide themselves? They hide themselves in bushes. But what happens if you have a bush shortage? Well, we have Gap's Mercantile that will take care of that for you. Yes, that's Gap.
Actually, he's no longer Gap After Dark. He's called J.J. Abrams.
Yeah, he has JJ.
He came by my stream last night, and I looked and I saw that he hadn't changed his avatar, and I'm going, I wonder who this is. Who could this be? I have no clue who this could be at all.
Well, did you hear the whole story?
He lost a bet. He had to have lost a bet.
Yeah, to Mexican Iron Man. But the funny thing is he did the name twice because he screwed it up, which means he's stuck with it for 14 days.
Oh,
I mean, less now, but it's like, probably 13.
I did it again.
Well,
man, that's hilarious.
Cap. So please dial 1-800-555-BUSH. He needs all your help you can get. Thank you. Back to you, Mike.
well, it's like that Sunday edition of Pop Talk where I foolishly agreed to watch 3 episodes of Rings of Power.
Never.
Well, that's what you want to do. It's fine, man.
Yeah.
It's just,
and I agree. I agreed to do it live, so everybody saw my pain. I wasn't hiding behind my avatar. They saw my pain.
We only have so long that we live on this planet, so you decided to waste 3 hours of your precious life to that.
Well, you're curious, and you know what they say: curiosity kills the cat. But
yeah, curiosity.
You're curious. Oh, what's this? Oh, fuck. I mean,
yeah. Also,
maybe you liked it.
Yeah,
it's also one of those. Go ahead, Baron.
I was going to say, curiosity is also one of those things where you wake up in a tub full of ice and missing a kidney.
Please tell me, though, Mike, it didn't make you feel like birds of prey, or did it actually piss you off, or did you just go?
It didn't draw me in. I was bored. During all 3 episodes. During the Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, The Two Towers, and Return of the King, I was drawn in.
Oh gosh!
You know how many times they told him to get away from the screen? He's making a big shadow because that's how drawn in he was.
But real quick, I do want to say hello to that green-blooded, pointy-eared Vulcan.
It's a Vulcan, man.
Spock.
It's a Vulcan son. Yeah.
Why, that green-blooded son of a bitch. This is revenge for all the arguments he lost. No, but when Gap did drop that he was stuck in that for 14 days.
Gap. Oh, it's just like last week. Remember, he was going on and on about having the Nightbot showing up, then my stream elements showing up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
See, Gap. You need to learn. This is what happens when you mess with guys named Mike.
Yeah.
So learn your lesson, young man. Because us Mikes will find a way to bring the pain. We're not gonna tell you how we're gonna do it. No. We're gonna keep it to ourselves.
Did you think it looked good, Chris? No, I haven't watched that yet. So.
No, I didn't even know that was up.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't even know that was up. But we are gonna go ahead and take a look at this Resident Evil trailer.
Yay.
Oh, yes. Did you know that Jill Valentine is finally
front
and center?
She's finally at the front and center. It's like the Avengers, man. It's amazing. Wow.
We've never had any female leads in video games.
Never been strong ever. Chris Redfield, Claire Redfield's sister? No, not at all. This is historic. It's amazing.
Yeah, we need more women superheroes there in the kitchen making sandwiches. What? Sorry, wrong show. But remember, there was a disclaimer before this show, so yeah.
True.
Uh,
So let's go ahead and take a look at this, shall we? After all, we've never had a strong female lead in any game before.
I know.
So, well, what was it I was playing Monday?
No, it's just Resident Evil because it was always like Chris Redfield. I know, right? It's crazy. I don't know. But it's because
So
it's
here
in
we go.
Resident Evil now.
She's trying to make up for what happened to her.
You mean how Wesker brainwashed her and made her come after us? No one's blaming Jill for that.
No one. Except Jill.
I'm having a hard time.
Dr. Taylor?
I don't read that
him in
language.
custody ASAP. I checked the DNA we got from a bite wound on an orca carcass.
It had a strain of T virus in it. You're kidding.
I found the connection between the folks that were infected. They all visited Alcatraz recently.
Well, Dr. Taylor, it's time we debuted our creation.
God damn it!
They turn fast and without being bitten.
I'm Rebecca. What do you want me to tell them?
Someone accessed the DoD's server. They managed to steal data on Leon, Jill, Chris, and Claire.
You think this might have something to do with the opera on now?
Most likely.
I'm going to use my virus to...
Resident Water.
Dylan!
Suckers. You're nothing more than pawns.
Maybe it's Avatar.
That can't be good.
Some people are very excited about seeing her in the front.
Avatar evil.
Doc!
Excuse me?
I wish Resident Evil would go back to a more scarier tone. I mean, action sequences can be fun, but
that there is no justice.
Well, it's over now, asshole! Time to light you up!
Let's do it, all of us.
I'm gonna light you up! Oh no, not slow motion.
If this multiplayer, guess what, Cash? Guess what? We're gonna rambo this shit.
Rambo that shit, right?
Yeah, I'm kind of nervous now. They might try to drag me into their personal hell too. But you know what?
Come on, Baron, we can rambo this shit.
Once again, like we have a pretty. I would say this trailer is pretty interesting. Some of the dialogue is very funny, but we need to actually see gameplay. I want to.
Yeah, it's a cutscene after cutscene after cutscene.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which basically is, and you know that Lord
Death Island. Definitely going on vacation after this.
Yeah, Cash, you do the driving. I'll do the.
All right. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. No. These.
And a beat.
Now, what Chris was doing before?
Stand over there and look pretty.
I think whenever we show trailers, we should be like, we're not doing this for any monetization. And I've seen other YouTube channels saying that, and so maybe that'll help us not have copyright.
We're not doing this for a monetization. We're taking a look at the trailer because this is the game we're interested in actually playing.
Yep. This game should be. I feel this Resident Evil game, Dead Island, it should be multiplayer like the other ones have been, and it should be single player. You should do co-op. You should maybe do more than co-op. Maybe you have 4. That'd be pretty fucking sweet. I think they've done that somewhat before, but yeah.
And I hadn't seen the news about War of the Worlds.
You could look it up right now. It's those machines are terrifying. They start making the sounds just like in the. This is they're terrifying. They just need more NPCs running around because that game could be pretty scary.
Well, let's take a look at it right now.
All right.
He's looking right now, don't you know, for the War of the Worlds game.
And what you said, Chris, yes, if it's more like The Sopranos, the Penguin movie, that would make sense to me. I agree with you on that. I think that would be a good way to go. Yeah.
You know, I have been so discombobulated, so effing discombobulated for the last month or so. When he was talking about Penguins movie, I thought, well, is there another dancing penguin movie coming out, or is it another March of the Penguins? No, it's a penguin. It's like,
yes.
Duh. I promise I'll be a lot better. I'll be a lot better next month. I honestly, I promise.
You better be. If not, I'm gonna have to check your brain again. So
yeah. Well, no, my brain's Norwegian, not Czech. So, but yeah, I don't. Whoa, hello.
Before it happened, no one would have believed that our world was being watched.
Warn a guy next time.
And yet, across the gulf of space,
I already pooped my pants before the scary
guarded
stuff.
this earth with their envious eyes.
Sent the link, so.
And slowly, through the.
I thought this is it. Never mind. I'll probably get a claim on that.
Oh.
You should have probably said something about it before that. It doesn't matter. It's fine.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, it was 24 seconds. You're allowed 30 seconds, so.
YouTube
6 seconds under, but you know how YouTube is.
Okay, YouTube
is stupid about this stuff.
Here's a $5, and just look the other way and forget you see anything. Just here, $5 whole right there.
Yeah, that was the movie. Yeah.
Oh, that was.
Sorry, my bad. I just saw War of the Worlds.
Spock sent the links. Yeah.
I'm the one that they were worried about.
Yeah.
Hey.
Well, they did not like me. They got partially got upset about that Saints Row stream. Oh, there's copyrighted music in there. Whatever. Copyrighted music.
That when it comes to games, that's why they need to have some sort of code in the game that says to the stream service, this person has permission to use the music in the game just for the purpose of playing the game. But they'll never do that. I know they won't.
Well, the sad thing is the guy from Eckhart's Ladder. He would be using music on his thing and get claim. It's like, what's going on here with this? It's like this music, the person who does the music, here's the permission. He's telling you, no, they still claimed him. Even with the guy who did the music saying, yes, I want him to use my music.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the permission. No.
All right, so here we go with the trailer for War of the Worlds. Guess what? There's aliens. They're coming to kill us all. We're all gonna die unless you Rambo this shit.
You gotta sneak. You gotta sneak sometime, man.
You gotta sneak. That's right.
No.
There is no Rambo in this game, Mike. We're going to get destroyed by that giant beam, dude, of those aliens. No.
Using stealth is for the weak. You gotta go in, you gotta Rambo it.
Yes, I'm gonna make that a thing here on the channel. Anytime I'm playing a game.
That's all right. I died. That's because I was using stealth. You know what? You know what it's time for. Everybody. It's time to Rambo it.
Yeah, and how did that go in Tomb Raider? How did that go in Tomb Raider?
Hey, I was almost successful a few times.
Almost is not.
No, almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
That's right.
I was just having fun. Don't spoil my fun, especially when I'm blowing up the barrels of fuel and watching the guys fly.
You could still have fun and be in cover and do stealth. So.
Yeah.
Stealth is for the weak.
Oh my god.
I have disguised myself as a gopher as I dig along here to the enemy. He may not suspect me, thinking I'm a rather large rodent, but then again, I am French.
All right, here we go.
Oh, what a pretty town. Oh, it's a redesign, too. Boy, I'd like to live there.
I don't know. It doesn't look very populated.
No one would have believed in the early years of the 21st century that our world was being watched by intelligences greater than our own.
Now they're watching and going, nope, get away from that planet.
Themselves about their various concerns.
Do you want to
have
skip the
observed
monologue like Spock
studied.
suggested?
I kind of like it because
So
I mean, I don't care.
a microscope might scrutinize the creatures that
I'll leave
swarm
it.
and multiply in a drop of water. With infinite complacency,
I like how
man
they
went to and fro about the globe,
bullets and more.
confident of our empire over this world.
Interesting how they
Yet,
we did all of
across the gulf of
H2Os for this.
space, intellects vast and cool and unsympathetic.
When you care
Regarded
enough
this
about
earth
novels
with
or you
envious
care enough
eyes.
about the source material, this is the kind of stuff that
slowly,
happens.
Yeah.
Surely,
You want to try to get
they
it
drew
as
their
perfect
plans
as
against us.
possible.
Survival mode. Oh, and Mike's dead.
Oh crap! I gotta use stealth. Come on, I want Rambo it.
It's like he heard us, Spock, when we were talking about that the other day. The dev.
Mike goes where devs fear to tread. Mike rushes in. Oh. Da da da. Bum, bum.
Good point.
Yeah, exactly. That looks like rain.
Yep.
That's rainy little green guys.
And it's a stormy day here in our peaceful town.
As the Bajoran wormhole opens up. Ooh.
1.41 gigawatts.
Mm. Da, 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 da.
By the power of Grayskull.
I have the power. That's Zeus hunting down Brian. I know you're somewhere, you little. I'm out. Come out. Wherever you are. Come on, I know where you're there. So that right there, typical person after seeing all that still stands out there and watches. All right,
Yeah, that's me. That's it. I'm gonna go in the house, grab all my weapons, and I'm gonna ramble it.
Yeah, until you get destroyed by that beam that you're gonna see from those aliens.
That's why Mike has a mirror. That way he can.
Here they come. Mm-hmm.
You know, I like how they're making it look slightly stop motion.
Yeah.
Hi, how's it going? My name's Alf. You treated me like shit pretty like back there in the day. And this is where Cash pooped the pants.
But even the remake was pretty terrifying.
I'll get my eye on you.
Uh-oh.
Where's the school? Remember, we got paid to take out the school. Where's the school?
What's going to be the first target?
Oh, great. It's taking a dump. Oh, come on. Oh, I feel so good after that, man. That's the last time I drink that much coffee on intergalactic flight.
Yep.
Well, great. Let's see what you destroy. Come on. Let's see.
Oh, you will.
Come on, let's see what it's blown up.
So here's the NPC running, obviously, or this is your character.
That's the
Okay, so
character,
not
yeah. But there's supposed to be a bunch of NPCs right now.
Oh, they are. Yep.
I'm going to turn down the sound.
Okay.
Oh, that was. Neat.
Yep. Now I know there's a excuse me, a number of survival games, but this one is intriguing. Some of them are.
Yeah. What's the release date supposed to be on this?
I think Spock said it was coming out this year.
It looks fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah, take out the birds. Take out the birds.
Freaking scary at night, which it should be. He said, yeah, this year, hopefully next month. The other, as long as there's that survival aspect and something that we're going to be terrified and we have to hide and survive and so on, and it's actually stays quite scary. This has potential, I feel.
Yeah, using stealth mode and sneaking.
well, dude, that thing is a giant laser on it. Hey, how's it going? I can see Mike. Oh, I'm gonna ramble it, man. Oh, I'm dead.
No, I see it. I see it fire that laser. Yeah, then you see me run away from you guys. I'm out of here.
Feet don't fail me now.
Get rid of this sucker.
Oh, you tried. Be all you can be in the Army Reserve. Zap. I didn't sign up for this. Hey, cool! It's my Warhammer figure come to life. Thank you.
Another one.
Oh, that is cool.
Oh, that's the mating sound. Did you hear the mating sound?
You don't want to.
They're gonna get together and they're gonna mate and they're gonna.
Better run for your life.
They'll start out with all three.
Turn up the TV.
They search houses too. Oh boy.
Whoop! There it is.
Get the banana peels.
Let's see what a banana up their tailpipe does.
I wouldn't go by the window.
Ooh, two of them there. Come on, really, come on. Hey, I paid for dinner. Come on, get back here.
That light on too. It's just like, oh hey.
I guess you guys don't come in peace, huh?
Yeah. The whole issue is that the aliens are jealous of Earth, and that's why they want to destroy it, which is interesting.
Well, I'd be jealous of Earth too. Come on.
This is so beautiful and
land of men with big chins and women with.
The greatest chin ever, Baron. Yes, I heard it. It can destroy 10 buildings in a single slam.
Days survived 1, 0. Yeah.
Oh, look, they're gonna buy a new house.
Mm-hmm.
But if this is terrifying, like it does look like it could be, yeah, this might be worth buying. It'll probably be what, $30, 25, something like that. Probably 30 or 40, I would think. But.
I could also see them charging more for it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank goodness they're going through the front door, because can you imagine all the jokes would have made if they went the other way?
But if it does feel terrifying every time you play this game, then that would be freaking awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Turn off the TV. We could be streaming this if it. We'll see what happens. But there's definitely potential here.
Mm-hmm.
So you kill the humans, but you leave the annoying crickets and those little frogs alive.
They don't care about that.
Knock, knock! Avon calling.
Oh, great! We're gonna be probed.
Yeah, dude. Time to leave the house.
Be very quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And don't worry about the alien tentacle. It's just probing stuff. It's okay.
Uh-huh.
It's not a problem.
I'm biting my tongue.
What are these aliens doing here, man?
Giving your house something you were unable to do. Your house has felt things it's never felt before.
Dude, that'd be crazy. What is this supposed to be up to, Spock? 6 players? We all just hiding in a house while this fucking tentacle thing.
And Mike goes, "Hoorah!"
Hey, they won't be able to hear us in Discord though, so get your walkie-talkies out, man. Wow.
No. You guys would be hearing me say, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
Hey, sacrifice Rambo. Hey, we need aliens. You need a sacrifice. We got Rambo. Oh, go in, man. Go in.
Push Mike and go run the other way.
Hey. I ain't Rambo in this shit.
This definitely adds another aspect of survival games that we have not seen. This is fucking... What the Wow.
Why do all that when you just blow the house up?
Yeah.
It's looking for the human, I think.
Well, yeah, that's how you take care of the human. Unless, of course, they want to keep the houses, they have to have a place to move into,
Yeah, I mean, they're knocking off the doors off the hinges, so.
Yeah.
That's right, old man. They found a new can of Budweiser. Well, I understand that, Spock. Some people think it's boring, but if you haven't played survival games much, then this doesn't. I don't think this would bore a lot of people if they saw this fucking.
Oh, it bores Mike because he wants to go out there and ramble the thing.
He does. He wants to grab that arm and swing on it. That octopus.
I want to slice it.
I want to slice it up.
Talk about Space Invaders. Whew.
But it's also if they've ever seen War of the Worlds. If they don't know about it, they're not going to care either. It's okay.
Oh, this is the pro.
Or they never heard the radio drama and.
Oh no, this is the character.
Yep, as a character, dude. Yeah, let's get close to it. Oh, it won't do anything. Oh yeah, you can also play as
you go out there and be the bait. No, you go out there and be the bait.
Hey, they made fun of the Cubs. Oh!
Yeah, in this, the players can also be the aliens if they want to. That's crazy.
Ooh, I want that. All right. Oh, yeah. Whoa, here we are.
I'm gonna blow up you humans. I'm gonna ramble you humans.
Yeah, I was gonna say we've just created a monster, folks.
I come in peace.
Hey, look, I can see my house from here. Zap.
Yeah, there's a PvP mode. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I'll be interested to see what Steam users think of this game when it finally comes out.
Well,
Some people have tested it, obviously, but yeah.
Phil McCracken needs it so we can all gang up on him.
Sacrifice him.
The probes, you definitely don't want to have Lord.
A number of people will probably think this game is boring until you get right up to that tentacle. Then you'll find out what'll happen.
Right.
And hear that sound. Yeah.
Oh.
I know other channels wouldn't show this whole trailer, but I'm going to.
That's just the kind of person Mike is. And he's only still survived one day.
One. Yeah, jeez.
Mike plays it to be like -5. Oh,
Or
they can go on.
what if I surprise you?
You might.
You never know. A stealth walker.
It's day 100 of my survival. I've lost many of friends. Spock's Friday Nights, Cash Money 007. Baron, I don't know how he's still alive.
Collusion. Walking down the street, you see. It's nice that they're not necessarily breaking down all the buildings. Like I said, they need a place for the little Martians to live, you know. Oh, look,
they just want to obviously more so eradicate the humans. So.
Look at all. Yeah, well, look, they're having all that nice red Martian grass. And someone's walking out there. Could that be a kid? Is that a Martian? What could it be?
Come on, I want to see someone get zapped.
Those are Martians.
That car doesn't sound so hot.
No. Oh.
Oops.
A puppy.
No. It's gap after Abrams is here.
Oh. Mowing the lawn. We're done now. $30.
Jar Jar Abrams is here. Jar Jar.
What do you mean there's no Pop Talk going on here? Showing video game trailers is part of Pop Talk. I don't know what you're talking about, J.J. Abrams. The show isn't a mystery box, unlike your movies.
Oh, wow. How many more days you got, Gap?
And you made a bad bet with Iron Man, dude. Oh shit.
This is why we all use Discord.
And depends. We want to talk to you. We represent the Lollipop Guild.
And what was this betting?
Look at.
I'll be fine in the house. It'll be fine.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Yeah, this is a house. We'll be fine. One. Plus, I have Martian Lives Matter sign on the front, so we'll be just fine. 13 to go. Like I don't really mind these Martians, but I want to land them in my backyard. So
Get off my lawn!
yeah, they have their areas they can live, and they can leave us all alone over here. They can come visit now and then, but heaven forbid one of them would move in next door. Can you imagine what they do to your property values? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Patreon was like $100, I guess.
Wow.
Jeez. I'm not paying
It'll
$100
go
bucks.
down, though. Yeah, I'm not either.
Hopefully, they give special recognition to those people. Dumas number 1, Dumas number 2, Dumas.
What was right? What was this bet that Gab had with Mexican Iron Man?
No, there was something. Or he was trying to. Oh, it wasn't a bet. He was trying to fool. He was doing pranking or something. We just need to have him come on sometime and express his 13.
Let's have him. Let's have J.J. Abrams come on now. I want to hear why J.J. Abrams is now on YouTube.
Yeah.
Why is he bothering all of us? Why, JJ? Why?
And is he a male feminist? Are you a male feminist too, man? It's all right. We won't hold it against you.
Well, it's a simple castration will do that.
All right. I just got to scroll through all my DMs to find him.
It's been a while since you talked to him. See, we learned something more. You know where you are on this list.
I try not to bug people.
Yeah, no, it's good they have testers, but yeah, I'm not paying $100. That's crazy. But
No.
Why people do it? I get why people do it, but
what? Wait. Mike Zero is ahead of him. Wow, he's really down there.
You know what? This is only for Gap. I want to make it perfectly clear. This is only for Gap.
All right.
This is not for anyone else. This is only for Gap. Once he's in here, I'm taking it away.
Like a shiny toy.
And I'm going to tell you all why. It's because next Wednesday and the Sunday after next Wednesday will be 2 open panels. That's why.
He's not kidding. He's serious about this. Those days will be special in the annals of history of YouTube. So make sure you're there. Invite your friends to join along. They'll be fans in no time. Let the name PACIFIC414 ring across the land.
Well, hopefully they'll be fans of all of us, regardless of whether they're on this channel, Gap's channel, your channel, Baron, Cash's channel, whatever channel they're watching. Hopefully they like what they see.
Yeah, we like this Cash guy. He's kind of funny. He's got that manly chin, but that Baron, I tell you, I don't know why you keep him around.
He's a hoser.
Yeah, you should just replace him with a rabbit monkey.
All right, Gap is in, so I am taking the link away. Again, the first open stream of the month will be next Wednesday, and then the following Sunday will be the second one. Yes, I'm doing 2 in a row.
Mm-hmm. And of course, Gap is here, so
I have people skills. I am good at dealing with people. Can't you understand that? What the hell is wrong with you people?
And I got a response to that. It's one of my favorite clips to play.
How about no?
All right, JJ.
Well, since I've been putting out fake is about projects that are actually going to happen, I thought I would prank Mexican Iron Man. Hold on.
Please stand by.
Yeah, definitely. Good thing we don't have.
Show. Hello.
The Man Show. No, this isn't the Man Show.
Hello.
Man Show.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hello. And of course,
3 hours later.
Hello.
Here's what happened. All right. So on Loki's morning show, Mexican Iron Man was going off about Steven Spielberg. So I changed my picture and my name to Steven Spielberg and got him on a rant. and then he started in on, well, it's nothing like J.J. Abrams' Trek. And I'm like, oh, damn. And I did not know that you can only change your name twice every 14 days. So here I am with J.J. Abrams' photograph and his name, spoofing YouTube, and got Mexican Iron Man going again. And then after the show was over, I was like, oh, let me change back. And it's like, you cannot change your name more than twice. You must wait 14 days.
No wonder he was so ticked. I only tuned in at near the end of the show, and yeah, I missed it.
Oh man, it's worth a
no
go
wonder
back.
He was so ticked.
Loki said something to the effect like, "Oh my God, Steven Spielberg's here," and then because Mexican Iron Man just got through and like, I don't want to watch any crap that Steven Spielberg had that simp, cis male, whatever. Especially after the last, he's ruined. I don't even want to watch Jaws anymore. Mexican Iron Man.
Wow. Wow.
And then he's like, well, speaking of things, something to the effect of, speaking of things I don't like anymore, that damn Trek with J.J. Abrams ruined everything. And I remember blah, blah, blah. And I just kept on going. And then I revealed who I am after I realized, oh, crap, I can't. I said, it's Gap After Dark. I said, I can't change my name back, so y'all are stuck with me for 2 weeks. So, lesson to be learned out there, YouTube. You only can change your name twice.
Well, that's why last night when I was playing Scars Above, I saw your avatar. And I saw the name. I'm going, I wonder who this is. And the way I said it, I knew it was you.
Well, I didn't want to get, in trouble, so to speak, since I was spoofing both of them. So I didn't leave their photographs up. And then Admiral Teague on another stream I jumped on. And Admiral Teague was like, oh, my God, I hate all your effing movies. And, how dare you come in this chat? And I'm like, it's Gap. And he's like, yeah, whatever. And then he changed his avatar to J.J. Abrams when he came into the...
Oh my gosh, we got Phil McCracken here.
He's like, there's two J.J. Abrams. Which is the real one? Please stand up.
Well, see, that's part of the mystery box.
Yeah, so I'm debating, and then Etep Wakuian, I responded to his thing, and he's like, something to the effect of, who in the hell J.J. Abrams answering one of my posts? And I'm like, it's me, Etep. And he's like, oh my God, what the F are you doing? So I said, you're stuck with me, when I have a chance to moderate your show. I said, you're stuck with J.J. Abrams for, yesterday was 14 days. Today is 13. So I told him, you're stuck with me for another 2 weeks as your J.J. Abrams moderator. All the channels that I moderate, they're like, oh my God, what the hell did you do?
Well, like I said, if I hadn't looked at your avatar and I just looked at the name, I would have probably cussed you out.
And another thing too, George Lucas showed up in the chat also with Teague and everything. and everybody's like, oh my God, all three of them are in the damn chat. I was like, oh my God.
Well, I mean, it wasn't just, even seeing your avatar, Mike would have gone off on you because he knows even worse. It's like, oh.
Yeah, but no. I had Steven Spielberg's photograph. I mean, I changed everything, and the chat, as Mike will tell you, the chat's hopping all the time in Loki's show, so nobody noticed it at all. Nobody went and checked. None of the moderators went and checked my channel or anything. Going, what is J.J. Abrams do? Steven Spielberg and J.J. Abrams doing with Toy Shorts? That was just cracking me up. And then when he found out, he was like, "Oh man," So I pranked them earlier, and that's like, well, that would have been a better, he said, well, basically April Fool's Day would have been a better day to do that, but you never know, because it made everybody stop for a little bit and go, that could be true.
Well, you never know. They could be watching the channel under a pseudonym and.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, right. So it was like he was like, and you heard, like you said, Mike, you heard him towards it. We got him going twice, because at first nobody noticed. Again, when my avatar changed photographs, he was like, "Oh gosh, damn, J.J. Abrams." Now Abrams, what the hell's going on?
But like I said, I tuned in near the end of the show, and I'm going, "What the hell's going on?"
Yeah, So everybody was kind of stunned. Only a few people said, "Hey, Gap." They're like, "Oh yeah, that's Gap." So I was like, "All right, sorry." Oh God! But yeah, I did
troublemaker.
Yeah,
troublemaker after dark.
Yeah. Now I know you only can change it. Really, you really just need to not change it.
Obviously, they do that because of the spam situation, I guess.
Right, and trolls.
I tried to change it today, and they're like, "Sorry, you still have 13 days."
See, they did that just for the exact reason you were doing Gap. Being a troll.
Well, now I know what a real troll is, but I didn't really understand the premise of a troll, but it was like, oh my gosh. So how's everybody doing?
Doing good.
Alive.
Doing good.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good.
Well, that sounded convincing.
I'm
doing pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, I always say pretty good because if something's great, then I'll let people know. But if it's not, I just usually say pretty good.
Hey, look what old man said, but we are safe. Phil is not here.
He was here earlier.
He'll be here. If you say his name too many times, he'll show up.
Yeah, it's like Candyman, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Or Beetlejuice.
Or Beetlejuice.
Exactly. Yep.
Oh my God.
Exactly.
I watched Beetlejuice again the other day, and what a kick-ass movie. I was
very good, man. Very good.
I was like, the stars, all the actors and actresses, everything was on point. I was like, that's really damn good. And he is my first Batman too. So
mine too.
Yeah.
And I did something bad. I spent, and I shouldn't have, but since I'm on a new, I had issues with Ozempic. You've heard of Ozempic, right?
Yeah.
I had really bad issues with it. Almost ended up in the emergency room, but so I thought, they're like, you're gonna have to eat, rice and berries and bird food and bland stuff and all that for the rest of your life. And I was like, all right. So I was like, calculated how much I would save. So I bought the 12-inch, or I pre-ordered the 12-inch Michael Keaton Batman statue from McFarlane.
Yeah, McFarlane Toys.
Yeah, and I figured $40 wasn't bad, but then they because first Amazon had it, and then I was like, I don't know about $40, and then I forgot about my Amazon points, so I went on GameStop, but it ended up costing me $50, and then I went and got the Target exclusive 7-inch Michael Keaton Unmasked, and though I can't wait to get those. Those are kick ass, and I got to stop watching other toy channels because I see something and I'm like, ooh, I like that. Let me go check my checkbook and see if I can get it. But
that's like me in books.
Oh God, my gosh, Baron, you got me beat, but I'm a close second. I mean, Oh my God, yeah, books. And you know me, unless it's now, it doesn't matter if I can get the best book in the best condition I can get, I'll get
Mhm.
it. But
Yeah.
I'm gonna be smart about the price
Mhm.
because you know, that's how you know, I don't mind going to the thrift store. I mean, I found a Batman playset that was worth $100 and something, and it was
Mhm.
only missing one thing, and I paid $3.99 for it. And
There
it's,
you
you know, like 24 inches high, you know.
go. Mhm.
And I get my DVDs from there too, and the Dollar Tree, because I found Doctor Who. I got the almost all of the first 8 series at the Dollar Tree when they come out once a month with their DVD Blu-rays.
Mhm.
And over time, I ended up with almost the complete 8 season collection.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah, and it's only $1.25, and they're brand new and they're sealed.
Yeah, because I was able to find a couple of Doctor Who DVDs the last time I was in there. Well, I shouldn't say the last time. That was a few months ago. And
Yeah, the only thing I wish, do you have an Ollie's? You guys got an Ollie's near you anywhere?
No.
Ollie's?
no,
Oh my gosh, everybody on the YouTubes with the toys are like, you need to get your ass to an Ollie's.
Mhm.
But you know, I've sworn off on I haven't bought any Black Series Star Wars
Mhm.
or anything. There's only one that I really want that doesn't have Disney written on the back of it, is the Darth Vader where you can take his helmet off and he's on that you know, he's charred and burned and he's on that table
Mm.
clamped up or something.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing I really want. And I've decided, somebody made sense to me, said, you know what? Why do we fall for this crap all the time? They put a new photograph on the DVD and then make you buy the Blu-ray for a new photograph
Mhm.
and one extra feature. Then they make you, then it's the 4K. What damn difference does it make? You buy the same movie 9 freaking damn times and you buy the book for a different color cover on it. And it just hit me. Why am I doing that? Because they're right. It's the same book,
Mhm.
different cover,
Mhm.
same movie, different
Mhm.
cover. Why am I doing this? I
Mhm.
don't even have a 4K player and I've got 4K DVDs. But, you know, I'm going to start swearing off on them. The prices are getting too high.
mm-hmm.
I mean, just absolutely nuts. And so I've decided I'm going to try gaming. I've got a red Wii. That's all I've
Wait.
got is a Wii. But I'm looking for something. And, you know, everybody makes fun of Mac, but there's got to be some kind of games. I can't really find, I don't even know if I can play Star Wars on the Mac. You know, that's the problem
You're
with
talking
the
about the Old
Mac.
Republic? The Old Republic, I think you can still do on Macintosh. Star Trek Online used to be able to be on Macintosh, but they're
Oh,
not.
really? Oh,
Right.
okay.
So,
I'll check
yeah.
those out because I watch Mike and a
Mhm.
couple other dudes have fun, and another friend of mine, Simple Jack Live, he does battle something 2020 2040 something
Mhm.
where he's like a sniper and he's got his team and they parachute in and they've got an objective to fulfill. And I thought, you know what, maybe I should do that and get back into reading instead of buying the same same movie again with a different cover on it.
Mhm.
You know, doesn't that make sense?
It does
Yeah,
to me.
it makes perfect sense.
And
It's like there have been some remasters of games that have come out, and I'm thinking to myself, why am I going to buy the same game over again?
yeah,
Yeah.
and then
Mhm.
you guys would know this, wouldn't you? What is that thing where you can like I've got old Stargate games, but they said I needed in one of these thread things, they said I needed something to I don't know. It's like mimic the new operating system, but you can play older games or
Emulator.
what? Oh, is that what
You
it's
talking
called?
about an emulator? Yes. But you're only using a Mac, or do you have access to a PC? Or
I
do you
got
have
X.
access to consoles as well?
I've well, I'd like to get a console, but you know, Those things are expensive.
They're not the cheapest. If you're gonna get a console, I'd go with the PS4. If you can build yourself a pretty nice computer, or somebody build it for you or whatever, and you can do emulation, I would definitely go that route too. But because Mac is not gonna give you that gaming that you want. You can play a few games on there, some even on from Steam, but you'll never get the full experience. If that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, it is because I went and looked, and I have a bunch on. I even have the remember the floppy disk. I still have some of them on the floppy disk, games on floppy disk, but they were transferred to the rewritable thing. So those should be good, right?
It should be all right. Yeah.
But
I mean, I'm surprised that the Nintendo Switch hasn't gone down in price.
No, Nintendo they can cause other problems and other headaches, but you can still get enough games on the Switch to justify the price, I guess. I just don't see a reason why I want an OLED, which is the better version, and it has a bigger screen. I'm like, just wait for the
It's got a
Switch
bigger
2.
screen, and
wait for the Switch 2. Unless you didn't have a Switch,
it's
then
got
go
the
with OLED.
backlight. I mean,
yeah.
I'm thinking, when I can, I'm thinking of getting a Switch at some
get
point.
Get the OLED. Yeah, I originally got the Switch, so I.
So
didn't
it's the
feel
one
like
that says
the OLED.
OLED, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one you guys should get. It has the bigger screen. And if you already got the older one, then just keep the older one. The older one's fine.
Yeah, because I can't find any Wii games, and I won this red edition special of the Wii thing, but now I guess Wii is not a thing anymore, and
Hasn't been for a long time. Yeah.
well, I'm out of the gaming thing, but
That's fine.
I watch you guys play, and I was like, that looks like a lot of fun. Maybe I should just keep on doing like Mike, playing on easy mode, and eventually I'll get it.
No.
I mean, I'm sorry.
That's Paul. Paul's the only one who plays on easy mode. Yeah.
And Coach.
Let's see. I mean, I was being nice today too.
Yes, I'm being nice. I'll be nice. All
right, youngster, out you go.
Don't come back. Ever.
See, he said the wrong words. It's just, everything was going fine.
And you know what? I think we need a little disclaimer here for this channel.
1-800.
Ladies and gentlemen of the YouTube viewing public, I am Mike, creator of PACIFIC414. You will not find me playing games on easy mode on this channel in present day. Have I done it in the past? Yes. Go back to my Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order stream. At the last boss, you will see where I switched it. But ever since then, every game on stream has been played at the normal difficulty. We do not play on easy mode in this Fight Club.
Easy for you to say.
It is easy for me to say because not only am I the founder of 1-800-555-NOOB, but I'm also a client. So if you or anyone you know is playing on easy mode, get them the help they need by calling that number right now. And if you're a smartass named J.J. Abrams, who sometimes goes by the name of Gap After Dark, learn to play at a higher difficulty level, son.
Wow.
Son.
Son. I like it.
All right. Anyone else wish to chime in? Don't let your friends play on easy mode.
But for story development, the thing is Mike doesn't say that he doesn't do easy mode on stream. It's when he's in the private, when he doesn't watch.
I doubt it. I doubt that.
Hey, Baron should be put in timeout.
No, what you need to do, Gap, if you want to help us out, you need to convince Paul to play more games on at least normal difficulty. If you can do that would help us
I
out.
need to get on there and troll him like you guys say. about playing on easy mode.
He did play. He is playing Persona 5 Royal on normal. I'm
But
happy.
what you guys think is, but what you guys play on normal mode, I think is difficult because
It is, man.
like,
It's not easy. I'm playing that Deus Ex Human Revolution. I'm like, fuck, this game is hard. I forgot how hard this fucking game is because the AI is pretty smart, and they're like, no, you're not going to be able to do that. And so you're trying to do stealth in that game because that's the best option usually, because you won't upset all the other guards, and it doesn't always work. And you're like, crap. It's like, is this game going to punish me? Kind of.
Well, that's how I felt in Scars Above last night. I'm like, oh, come on. Oh, this is bullshit.
Yeah, who was that saying you were? What was that white substance you were shooting on people? Was that Thor? What was that?
No, it wasn't me shooting white substance. It was the rock monsters in the game that were spitting out the white substance.
Oh, okay. Because I was confused. I was like, reading the chat, and they're like, Mike's ejaculating on the monsters, and so it's the other way around, right?
Right.
Notice how I didn't read those comments.
It was the Bukkake boys coming out of.
But last night I was just getting so tired of going through the same part of the game, and then when I finally did advance, there's this boss level where I got through one part of the boss fight, and then all of a sudden the worms start attacking me. It's like, oh, fuck this bullshit!
Oh god, there's just too many openings for stuff. I'm not saying those. Damn.
But yeah, I mean, I want to start getting into that because I'm gonna, I'm actually gonna just stop unless there's some, as far as action figures and stuff. I'm gonna,
go buy some amiibos. No, don't go down that road. Don't do it.
He's gonna have to go to Collectors Anonymous. It's like, hi, I'm Gap. Hi, Gap.
Yes,
hi. I'm Gap After Dark, and I have a collecting problem.
I haven't purchased the plastic figure in 10 days. Congratulations, Gap.
You can do it. And then they'll have a little...
and then he'll come back the next week, and he'll mention that he relapsed. I was on my computer the other day, and I went to 10 stores and bought 10 different items.
Well, when you're laying in bed, you get bored, and so I looked on eBay, and then the next thing you know, I'm on Amazon.
I don't know. I can entertain myself in bed.
Oh, my.
Well, when I did your hair down there, I guess it was just short entertainment.
Yeah, it was very.
What Baron did in 24/7 stream. He was like, he brought up the mercantile thing, and so I told 24.
I heard that last night.
Yeah, I told 24 that Baron was my first client, and then Baron was. Then 24 is like, he's got a store.
What the hell you say?
Shoot me a link, brother.
I should have a fake dummy webpage where you I really should.
Poor 24 was really confused about the whole damn thing.
He was curious because you got a store. He's got a store. Drop the link.
You might have had a new customer. I don't know. I don't know much.
I know we might have had a customer. I almost said this, Baron. I almost said, "Did you want your hair straight down there or curly?"
Hey, brother. Can you do what you're making weave down there, brother?
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
I know. I'm sorry, 24. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, 24. But yeah, and I had him speechless, didn't I, Baron, on a couple of things.
Oh yeah.
I mentioned some of the collectibles I have, and he's like, "Cap, Cap's killing me."
Yeah, it was pretty much a lot of the V stuff.
Yeah, and I'm up to episode 11 of the 2009 version.
How you liking it?
I like it.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think again, the one thing that redeemed me wasn't trying to copy or whatever the first.
No, they weren't.
Yeah,
No, and I went back and did research, because ABC kind of screwed it up,
Yeah.
and there was a fight between Kenneth Johnson because they weren't giving him credit, as the creator of V, and then they took forever to air 12 episodes of the first season. And I guess there was infighting going on, and I think that's really then they how when they want to bury a show, what they do. So that's what they did, because I know they brought Diana back, and she sort of didn't survive, but I was thinking if they had a third season that would have been a clone, because remember they had visitors dress up as other humans in the original miniseries, and that could have Diana could have been setting up her daughter, and she thought she killed her mom, but she really didn't kill her, and she was going to come back in season 3. And I saw a bunch of people from Battlestar Galactica in there, one of the final 5 Cylons, or 2 of them. And I like it. I take it for what it is, and if the 45 minutes goes by real fast, and I'm entertained.
It normally does. The only bad about it just ends on a cliffhanger. We'll never see or know what happens.
Yeah, that happened with a bunch of shows, and I mean, that's kind of crappy how they do that to the writers and the producers, because I mean, NBC and ABC, they cancel things quick.
Right. And then Fox acted like a real network in the very early days when they canceled Alienation.
Yes.
I'm hoping though, just wanted to add on to this. I'm hoping though Fox does not cancel Animal Control, because I think people are watching it, but I hope they don't move it around. I hope they leave it on Thursdays at 9 here. It's got potential, and PETA hates it, so I always feel that's
okay. Well, then they should keep it on if they hate it. But yeah, I haven't had the chance to watch that, because I'm usually either listening to somebody else's stream or modding a show, and if I feel halfway decent, I'll mod. 99% of the time lately, I don't feel too hot, and I just sit and I listen. But they know I'm there, and if there's the sex spots, I get rid of them, so I kind of lurk and look for the sex spots and then get rid of them.
He takes the number down, gets rid of them because he doesn't want competition.
Yeah, right. Oh, look.
Anonymous, how you doing, brother?
Anonymous. Chicken Anonymous.
Anonymous is going to get back soon to looking for all the lesbians in Hogwarts Legacy, so that'll be very exciting.
Oh, he's got a personal quest on that. Oh,
I think he does. Yeah, he does.
There you go. I can make you like guys. I can make you like guys.
Can you, Barry?
Oh boy, guys.
No, I'm not saying this.
You just said you clip that. Rewind this and clip
it. Somebody's gonna clip that, Baird.
I know.
Just like at one of Loki's show, maybe you remember, Mike, when 0 Hour was on and he said something about licking a guy's balls. I had clipped that. But then I don't think too many people were happy, so I deleted it. But I did clip it.
Well, I know we should all be careful what we say here on YouTube, because somebody will come by and clip it.
Oh, hell yeah.
You can disable the clip feature.
Unfortunately, as everybody can tell right now, I don't have it disabled.
No, but you know what's weird? When I look at your stream on the phone, I can only see the top messages. I can't change it. Yours is the only channel I cannot change it to all messages, in order.
You should be able to change it to live messages. I'm able to do it on my phone.
Yeah, it won't let me. My Apple must have flagged your channel. I don't know.
Mike, they listen to you. They listen to you about how they should do this to Gap. I'm proud. I'm proud of you, man.
I've got an iPhone 7. That's actually how long it's been since I've upgraded my phone.
Wow.
And I'm able to get to the live chat.
If I
was able to get to the live chat when you guys were doing the quote unquote pirated stream when I was watching Cocaine Bear.
Yeah.
Which is coming to Peacock on the 14th.
Oh, we're gonna have to watch that. I've got an iPhone 13. I did have an iPhone 7.
Well, Lottie freaking da!
The only reason why is because it somehow fell out of my car and cracked.
Somehow, in quotes. Yeah.
I can't say whether I was driving or not, but somehow it got demolished.
It fell out of the car and got demolished. And now I'm going to brag here on PACIFIC414 and say, guess what, Mike? Mr. iPhone 7, when was the last time you upgraded your phone? I got an iPhone 13. My technology is superior to yours. My phone still works.
Yes, I got a bionic chip.
I don't upgrade my phone until I need to.
Well, I just wasn't planning on the 13, Mike, until the phone fell out of the car somehow and landed on the road.
Right. you were looking at the phone, going, "I'm tired of this piece of junk." Whack!
It just slipped out of my hand.
He's trying to be nice. He was watching us, and he said, "That's it."
That's it.
I'll send it to you right now, dude.
Jedi Survivor. What's that?
The second game to Fallen Order.
And you haven't even friended me on Steam yet, you bastard.
Oh.
That
was an asshole.
The plot thickens.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah.
I didn't know Baron even plays games now.
Yes,
he
plays games. Many times
you played STO, yes, but
I still had Steam. I said many times I got Steam.
Oh God!
I play.
I'm so
you know what?
I'll fix that issue. Don't.
You know what, Cash? I mean that's total disrespect, man. I mean, Barrett's supposed to be your friend, and this is how you treat him. This is how you treat him. So you know what, Cash?
You're gone.
I mean,
Cash got put in timeout.
Yeah, you don't do that to a friend. You don't ghost him. Oh shit, Bear wants to be my friend on Steam.
I don't
no way.
Wanting me a friend.
Screw that guy.
Yeah, poor Baron.
I don't want to be my friend.
Sitting there waiting for Baron to. Baron sitting there waiting for his friend that never shows up.
Yeah, and this is what happens.
Do you see what happens, Larry, when you fuck a stranger in the ass?
I mean, I'm surprised that you're a lot like this tonight, Baron, after hearing that he still hasn't friended you.
Extinction to all traitors!
Nah, I was just gonna.
Time has come. Execute Order 66.
Execute Order 66. Oh my God, that is hilarious.
I want you to know it's over.
Well, bye.
Yeah, he's gonna stay in timeout for a little bit.
Oh, don't. Here, let's speed it up here.
3 hours later.
Oh, come on! Come on! I wanted him to learn his lesson. I wanted him to sit there and think about what he did. That wasn't 3 hours, Baron.
You said there 3 hours later.
That wasn't 3 hours.
Wow, Cash, that's how you treat your friends. Wow.
If it was 3 hours, you know what he would need? If it was 3 hours, I'll tell you what he would need as soon as I find the freaking clip. Here it is.
21 gigawatts!
Yet I have Baron in other Discords, and I think I'm friends with Baron.
But you're not friends with him on Steam.
No, it's not a problem.
You have a problem here. It'll be easy for you to find me.
I want you to tell all your friends about me.
What are you?
I'm Batman.
That's great.
Cash Money 007.
More like
he's
double
gonna have
cross.
Double
Cash
cross. I like that.
Oh.
Cash double cross.
Cash Money 007. The guy who told me, oh, I don't want to join any more Discord Pacific. I'm already part of enough Discords.
True.
Man, do you really want me to join your Discord, man?
And of course, as we go,
3 hours later.
these people,
man, are the best. This guy Baron, this person.
Yeah, well, we'll check back next stream to see if you've
Yeah.
friended him on Steam.
It'll be friended on Steam. I probably also forgot about it too. So
on
my
the
bad,
next
Baron.
on the next episode.
Oh,
of
it's too
Pop Talk.
funny.
Well, we would say you forgot because you were playing with your joystick, but we know that's not true.
Yes.
You want to know the real thing?
Have that one. Aha.
No, the real story is he's sitting in the bar there drinking a
Yeah.
drink, and they ask him, "Who are you?"
We're gonna
Money.
sell.
Cash.
We're gonna.
Money.
Gap's like, I need some more stuff for my PC and gaming. I was like, hey, we got a joystick for you. Gap After Dark.
I bet you do. It's probably one that I touch and I can't. It's full of super glue and I won't be able to get my hand off of
That'd be
it.
terrible. By the way, Gap, I have to also say
that's what you're calling it now.
A friend of mine was telling me this, and this happens to people. So don't buy any of those like used figures and stuff, because people on YouTube have used a blue light and whatever, and they found some.
Oh, gross!
I know, man.
Yeah, well,
That's what I'm saying. Always brand new. Always brand new.
Oh my god!
I know. No.
Cash.
I know.
Are you the one?
Shirley, you
that
can't be
was-
serious.
are
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Don't call me Shirley. No, man, that's disgusting. But I'm just saying that, yeah, it's not good.
That's sick.
All right. We're finally moving on to this article. Thanks, Cash. You know what?
Yeah. you know. Thank you. I was just going to do that. You're faster than I am.
God, dude. Really?
Just sit there.
I know I've got the disclaimer, the warning, but come on, man.
Satan has left the chat. That's how shattering it is. He's like, nope, I'm out of here.
Why do I have the masked singer on? I don't know. Let me turn it on the Star Trek.
You have to. What? Don't TMI, man.
Whoa, dude, why are you watching that show?
Well, I forgot to change it to the Star Trek channel. I just changed. Usually I have Star Trek in the background, the original series in the background.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, this looks like little Leia.
Yep. It says Obi-Wan Kenobi actress questions how anyone can believe escape scene from Fortress Inquisitors. I didn't believe it. I thought it was horrible.
It was horrible.
I watched that and I'm going, what the hell?
You could have just walked around it.
Yep. This was posted yesterday, and it's written by John F. Trent on Bounty in the Comics, and it starts off like this. Obi-Wan Kenobi actress Vivian Lyra Blair. Why don't they just say Vivian Blair? Why do we have to have the whole name? Why do we have to have the whole freaking name?
James Earl Jones?
Okay, he's the exception.
Well, they probably know that you're going to read the article and get tongue-tied.
How about Lee Van Cleef?
That's true.
All right, Baron.
How about J.J. Abrams?
Shut up, J.J.
Hey, Miss Kitty, come lay down here, sweet girl.
Oh, I don't know that.
I don't want to know what you're doing with your kitty.
She's just laying down. She's not feeling good today.
But anyways, Vivian Blair, who plays a young Leia Organa in the show, recently questioned how anyone could believe the escape depicted in the series when she and Kenobi attempt to flee Fortress Inquisitors. Nobody believed it, dude. Dude, it was horrible. It's like, really? Really? They're just going to try to waltz out like that, and they're not going to question, hey, why are there four legs and four feet? 2 sets of feet. Why?
Aliens.
Yeah, but this looks unnatural. That dude has some sort of weird growth protruding on his side, and it's got feet. Tiny feet.
Yeah, that was kind of an encounter on some pleasure.
Well, you know what they say about tiny feet.
I don't know, Gap. I don't know.
Ask Cash.
I'm sure you got to tell us.
Is Cash in timeout?
He's in timeout.
Yeah. How much longer do you think?
3 hours later.
Okay.
Okay, it goes on to say in episode 4 of the Obi-Wan Kenobi series, Kenobi infiltrates Fortress Inquisitors, and it goes on to say in order to rescue Leia, who had previously been captured by Reva, the bestest ever, and taken there. After freeing her from Imperial capture within the fortress, Kenobi then attempts to smuggle her out by hiding her underneath a set of Imperial clothes as they walk through the busy landing area of the fortress. Yeah, it was stupid. It was stupid. How many times do I have to say that? Goes on to say during an Obi-Wan Kenobi panel at Star Wars Celebration 2023, Blair pointed out how ridiculous the entire idea and questioned how anyone could fall for it. It's called bad writing, kid.
Yeah. It's called fanboy fic.
She said, I remember the scene where I was in the coat. I was inside the Imperial officer's coat, and I kept poking my head out to look around at the set, and he kept trying to push me back in, and it was really funny. I kept just saying, how is anyone believing that this random lump inside the guy's coat is just normal? How is this happening? But it was a lot of fun, she added. As Nick from Echo Base Network astutely, hey Nick, you're mentioned in the comics. Nice,
Mr. Big Time now. He's not going to talk.
Yeah.
He's not that. Yeah.
We here at Echo Base Network are with Lord Crit of Everest Productions, wearing our silk top hats and our monocles, looking down on you plebs.
I mean that as a joke, guys.
Mm-hmm.
All right, fine. You know what? There.
And then there was 2.
Don't ever think that I won't put anyone in timeout on the show. Yeah, okay, so it says, as Nick from Echo Base Network astutely points out in the video above, nobody believed it. With some Scooby-Doo type crap that they put into that show. Yeah, I remember watching that video where he said it. In fact, the episode in which the scene occurs is the worst rated episode of the entire show on IMDb. It has a terrible 6.4 average user score. The median is 7, and the mean is 6.1. That's because Kenobi wasn't a good series.
No.
The first episode started off good, and then the rest of it came. Lucasfilm should start asking Blair for advice on whether or not they should include certain scenes. She clearly has a knack for pointing out completely and utterly ridiculous notions that anybody but a Lucasfilm executive. I'm sorry, Baird.
Nah.
But yeah, the kid knows what's up. The kid knows what's up.
Oh yeah, that kid's just like we were when we were that age. We knew. You know, when George Lucas was trying to use that thing about having Jar Jar to get the younger, it's like you didn't need it for it when we were that age.
Mm-hmm. And yes, Gap, you're in the Phantom Zone with Cash. I guess I could luck on you with a transporter and try to beam you in here, but I don't know. I don't know if your pattern's gonna hold or if it's gonna degrade being in the Phantom Zone, but let's try it. I'll try locking onto both signals. Here we go.
Oh no, they meshed into one. It's Gap money. It's Gap money. They became became one.
They didn't survive.
Well, whatever came back didn't live long, fortunately.
But it's like Tuvix. It's Gap money.
Oh my God! You just mentioned Tuvix.
Yeah, could you imagine Gap Money going, these people that I mod for?
Yeah, wow. I feel like we're in a mirror universe.
And see, I bring Gap and Cash back, and Cash is no longer here. So maybe I lost his pattern during transport.
Well, look at that hair. It says the bridge of the chin. This will get him. This usually gets him to come back.
Cash Money can put his change in my piggy bank any day.
That normally gets his attention.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
All right, so we have one last story for tonight. And of course, it's one of the 3 stories that I have planned.
Oh.
Yes, Baron. I try to plan ahead of time.
No, I was trying to read it. I was reading the headline. It's like, what we talk about? Oh yeah, HBO-Max.
So what?
And here we go.
All right. What?
HBO-Max relaunch name, content details officially announced. This is from CBR, and it says HBO-Max lands on a new name ahead of the streaming service's impending rebrand in combination with Warner Bros. Discovery. And let's see, HBO Max announced its new name along with a host of slated content ahead of the service's upcoming rebrand. Per IGN, Warner Bros. Discovery is officially set to launch HBO Max as simply Max. Wow. Woo!
That's what we call Cinemax all the time. It's Max.
Wait. You called it Max? You didn't call it Skinamax?
Oh, when it was after that time. Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, yeah, Skinamax. I remember that.
Oh, yeah. Lady Chatterley Lover.
Wow, that's real brilliant, dropping the HBO. It's not going to make a difference.
No, I mean, with the way they keep removing content, I know every streaming service does that. Mm-hmm. But the way they keep removing content that people actually want to watch, they might not have subscribers very long. And don't tell me someone's going to subscribe to them to watch them, Fury of the Gods.
I get it part of my phone package, so...
Mm-hmm.
I barely watch it.
Hey, Gap After Dark. Yes, I have a new iPhone 13, and I get it as part of my phone package. Yes, I am also wearing a monocle with a silk top hat, but I have a gold crested cane.
Yes, and I have a bright white cat with red eyes.
Really? Maybe you should get that cat some Visine.
Hey, man,
All right.
like that was some really strong stuff I had last time, Cap. Can you get some more for me? Whoa!
Yeah, that
Look
cat,
at my eyes; they're really red.
that cat pot
Yeah,
I get at the
catnip.
Dollar Tree.
That was some good nip, man. Oh,
No wonder your cat's not feeling well.
No, she didn't get any of that. Look at that. A lot of abuse today. Cash.
well, why is he talking to us? He's back in the.
He's upset. I heard his fifis. I heard Cash Money's fifis.
Oh, for a minute there, I thought he said feces. That scared me.
Fifis.
Sorry.
Man, things are getting gross. I think I started something. Oh wait,
We
no,
were
Cap
talking about
started
Babylon.
it.
We're talking about Babylon, the movie that I like so much.
But anyways,
Dude, if I ever let Doc Pop or Mikey Boy ever hurt my feelings, I'm just gonna jump off a cliff. That's it. Not really, but you know.
Oh, I was just gonna do this to heighten them.
3 hours later.
Ah!
Cash, how many times are you gonna go on that roller coaster?
These
Cash.
people.
Cash, just admit you're gonna actually jump off your high chair. That's not really a mountain.
Woo! My high chair.
Wow.
I'm gonna have to hit you with the chair, Gab.
A Ben Shapiro joke. That's what we needed. Short people.
Well, you'll have to be 7 feet tall and be able to aim real good.
Seven.
Yeah.
7 feet tall, size 22 shoes.
The hell?
So the new name of HBO Max is just Max.
Just kidding. All right, Max.
I was about to say.
The rebranded service will offer a combination of content from Discovery Plus and HBO Max, and will reportedly debut sometime in May or June. The service is also reported to have tiered options available to subscribers, with one mirroring HBO Max's current $16 per month model, while the revamped streaming service will continue to offer HBO Max titles such as House of the Dragon and The Last of Us. So basically, if I'm getting this right, you're going to have to end up paying more if you want to continue to watch other shows.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree. And what is with the $16 charge? That's high.
Well, that's what I think it is right now. The one service bundle they have with HBO Max is $16 a month.
Wow.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Because HBO Max is the only streaming service I have right now.
Wow. I barely watch it, to be honest with you, and I've got Amazon and I barely watch it.
Yeah.
You know, he's mocking you, Mike.
No,
I have all these, and I don't even use them. But
Mike
I have
Mike has Amazon.
I do have Amazon, but I don't even watch it.
I don't either, because what's good on there? Nothing.
Well, sometimes
Nothing.
a movie or two. I mean,
Yeah, a movie or two once every 8 months.
But yeah, I'm not going to read the rest of the article. I mean, we've already found out that it's going to be just Max. They're going to have a new tier. They're just going to ask for more money.
It's a big nothing burger.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that Discovery Plus, don't they have those freaky shows on there too?
Oh yeah, Shark Week.
Well, not Shark Week, but like My Little
Real Housewives of New Jersey, or
Yeah, all that stuff. Mm-hmm.
All that crap.
Stunters, and yeah. And, when midnight comes around, it's like...
Or Dr. Pimple Popper, or...
Oh, yeah, Pimple Popper.
Or whatever.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And Dr. Hemorrhoid Popper.
I used to watch Discovery quite a bit.
Yeah.
And, I used to watch it first, historical documentaries, and of course, watching the show Wings with my dad.
Wings, that was hilarious.
Good show.
I'm not talking about the comedy. I'm talking
No.
about the show on Discovery where they would actually discuss, different aircraft
Oh,
from,
nice. Oh, wow. Okay. Very cool.
from different eras, like World War I, World War II. You got the Korean War, Vietnam, going all the way into Desert Storm, and when they finally got permission to talk about the stealth bomber, and granted they couldn't tell you everything.
Of course not.
Did they talk about
like,
them? Oh, sorry.
I always like watching it. Of course, it was always funny whenever my dad was watching it. My mom would yell to my dad, "We win the war."
Did they talk about the Moab?
They talked about all different aircraft. It wasn't just planes, it was
you know what a
helicopters.
Moab is, right?
No, that's a bomb. I don't think they would have talked about a Moab. That usually gets dumped up from behind a C-130 or something.
Yeah, isn't that called Mother of All Bombs?
Yep, that's what Moab stands for. Mother of all bombs. That's the biggest boom you can get before an atomic explosion.
Wow.
But yeah, I mean, it was a good show. I enjoyed it. And
Yeah, well, they had a lot of great stuff in the day. They just they really went away. Now, of course, after midnight, it's like Aliens and a strange twist. 1930s Germany managed to figure out the pyramids and bring aliens into the World War II. Let's see how they succeeded.
Yeah, I'm still. Who did they invite over to the pyramids? Because he mentioned aliens built it. Oh God, who was it?
Well, it wasn't Von Daniken.
No, but because that's fascinating. Because supposedly you can't even slip a credit card through the stone. You can't slip anything through any one of those stones. That's just amazing,
We lost them.
Well, I was gonna say, yeah, they're not in great condition. I mean, they've been there for thousands of years, but the fact that we still have the ability to look at them and also go inside some of them.
Come on, Stargate. We know what it's all about. Didn't you see the movie? It's a documentary, man. It's a documentary.
There actually is. They call them Astrioportas, but there actually is several ones that resemble Stargates around the world that've been there for thousands of years.
There we go. Come on, guys. Let's do it. We'll go down there with a 12-volt car battery, hook it up, and see if we can get somewhere.
You must have seen one of Stargate Origins. That's what they did. They took a Jeep and I was like, I don't defend it, but because MGM was trying to free woke things, but you know what? I think woke started in 2009. And
woke, actually, if you really want to look at it, started with the political correctness movement.
Right.
And then it just kind of came out of that, and that came out of the 80s, and it started creeping to the 90s. And then as the tentacles got further, it started going from PC to woke.
Yeah, because even in some of the 2000 shows, I can tell now the verbiage they were trying, that they use today, they were using back in shows in the early 2000s. And I'm like,
Yeah. They were trying. It took a while for it to get to this point, but,
I just wish it would hurry up and change, but I just don't think it's... I have a problem with this whole thing in this respect. Once it's out of the bottle, you cannot put it back in. How do you tamp it? How do you... how do they tamp...
The thing is, Cap, is it's not a matter of it's out of the bottle, how can we tap it or whatever, but it's more the thing, things go back and forth, and we're seeing a pushback now. It went one way for so long. It's always has been. I mean, you take a look at any form of entertainment throughout. I mean, I'm talking about centuries. and how it went from one to another style, from going with even in those days and ages, their form of woke, which is basically propaganda, to wild stuff like Shakespeare. We have to remember Shakespeare was not a snooty individual. This was for the common people.
Right.
It's so funny now. It's snobs that are going around about Shakespeare, when it's like no. This is people's plays. This is not your guys' plays. We don't remember your guys' plays because it was bullshit. Just like we talk now.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, think of all the entertainment that we don't know about through the ages, and that even goes with even television. So much was lost with the DuPont network going under, and also the fact that many shows never had recordings, whether it was kinescope or not, in the old days. The BBC destroying large portions of their library. So
I think Mario Brothers' success is going to throw another spear into that, like Spider-Man did, and a few more of those big movies like that. They're gonna start, and I know production's 2 or 3 years out before it comes out, but still, Mario Brothers just blew it away, and
sorry.
No, go ahead.
Well, the fact that we had it in the first place, we had Maverick, and we did have the one Spider-Man film, and we did have the Dune, the Dune itself, the adaptation.
Dune could have made more money. It's just Dune broke even. Dune, maybe the second part will make more money. I hope.
Yeah,
so.
And I think that's a big problem. But the thing is, you see all these being so successful, and what aren't they? They're not woke. They're entertainment. And the studios are starting to see it. That's why it said, like last year, that the 5-year cycle. It's going to seem like forever, but when it changes, it will change in a heartbeat. Just like because they're losing so much money now, they got to get something back. They have to, and just like you said, about 3 years usually for projects and stuff like that. Well, look at all the projects that got cut. Even with Disney and Star Wars and all the other stuff, they're we're not doing anything right now new. They're going through it, so for all we know, that could end up coming faster. It's still that we still have some of those assholes out there that want to hold on to this.
It's very it's a lot of arrogance for sure.
Yeah, and they need to stop putting so much Star Wars, and they need to give Trek a break. It's not special anymore. It's not an event.
No.
Like I remember waiting to go see a movie. Now it's like, you still can, even in this I want it now mode for everything in the world, you still can create an event and make people damn wait.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's why someone will release them every week instead of at one time.
Yeah, I remember, well, I'm sure everybody does, where if you didn't have a VCR, or if you didn't watch it, you're lucky if you got to see it again.
Yeah, I mean, part of Star Trek's demise in the late 90s, early 2000s was the fact that we had the series on TV, whether it be Next Generation, DS9, Voyager, or Enterprise. Plus, we had the Next Generation movies.
Yeah.
And it was oversaturation.
You got BBC America, who, of course, is still showing Star Trek. You've got Heroes and Icons, which is still showing Star Trek. I don't know if there's another channel. There might be another.
On Pluto, they got 2 Star Trek channels. Star Trek regular, and then more Star Trek now.
Yeah, the one has the old series, Next Generation, and the other one has Voyager and DS9.
Yeah.
But they haven't gotten Enterprise yet.
No, and I'm waiting for. I haven't figured out their schedule, but I watch Heroes and Icons Network. I watched the original series 7 to 8.
Enterprise is also shown on there too. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm usually buying action figures when that's on, but now I'm gonna have to find something else to do.
Yes,
it's been a long road getting from here to there. We took this song from Patch Adams, don't you know? Then we said it's all original because we think you're dumber than dirt. No, sorry.
I hope they have never said that. That's crazy. It's a
Well,
wrong
why
song,
would you?
but
Why wouldn't they have used the end credit theme? I thought that would have been a great
Oh yeah, I
opening
like
theme
that
for
theme
Enterprise.
too. Yeah, I like
Yeah.
that theme too.
That's true. I agree with that. That would have been a better opening.
Well, I mean, if they really wanted to have a space to be singing the opening song, at least they do original, okay? You know?
Yeah.
It was an interesting choice, I guess.
Maybe that's also why some fans didn't watch Enterprise. It's like, okay, why do we need this pop song?
Yeah.
What is Enterprise a comedy? Starring Scott Bakula as the quirky captain.
Yeah.
Well, you know, and
I like Archer. Yeah.
it took 2 seasons to get straight. I like season 3 a lot.
Oh yeah, things got crazier. Yeah, in a good way.
Yeah, but you know, I guess it was too late by the 4th season because they kind of stumbled.
Well, you mentioned season 3. That's when Manny Koto came on board, and things started being a little bit more thought out, and you know they actually had a roadmap as far as what they were doing. I mean, heck, in the 4th season, one of my favorite episodes is In the Mirror Darkly.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a good one.
And they were going to do a sequel to that in the 5th season, which never happened.
Which I think would have been pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Empress Sato.
Mm-hmm.
And you know,
if you catch my drift.
Yeah. I want to watch Strange New Worlds, but then I don't. You know, and I keep on looking at the cover of the poster, and I'm like, you know, too many women on the bridge is not a mixture enough.
And you can send all letters to In Care of Gap After Dark.
Yes.
Well, it's like watching Picard. There's 2 episodes left in Picard, and it's still feelings and hallways. It's still, Baron, I don't know what to do. I just don't know what to do. So I will apologize for whatever it is I have done.
Baron, just shoot down the hallway and don't hit anything, okay? Just shoot down the hallway. Turn down the lights. Turn down the lights.
It's like
yes, it is.
Some episodes, like even when Riker was yelling at Picard, I was like, "This is so
Get
out
off
of place.
my bridge!"
Like, it's just out of place. It's like, do you know how much this man did for your crew? And like, show him some respect. And then they show him respect, and they don't show him respect. Then they apologize to him. I don't know, but I think it's because this whole cast is back. And it's just triggered something in people's memories that, oh, they've done it. That's why they're getting thanked and so on. But I just don't see it. But I think that's what it is. And that's fine. If that makes them happy, that makes them happy.
Well, for crying out loud, when I keep on seeing all these, YouTubes coming out, and they're listening through, there were 63 Easter eggs in this last episode. It's like, no. And when you have 63, it's not Easter eggs. It's called member berries.
No, they were called pigeon droppings.
Well, yeah. But, that's basically all it is. It's just like, oh, remember this, remember that, remember this, remember that. As you're going down the hallway, not being able to this broadside.
Okay, I'll probably get hate mail, but, Deanna Troy is a waste because, she bothered me.
Oh no! You're gonna trigger Paul. Paul loves Deanna.
Guess who popped in? Paul's ready to come in now.
Hey, Paul. I don't like Deanna Troy because you know what? Even I could sense something burning before she could.
Oh,
I sensed something, Captain.
Fired.
I sensed something, Captain, but I'm not quite sure. Well, I don't care if you're half human. You still got Betazoid, and why couldn't you hone your skills? Go to Betazoid psych school or something. I feel, Captain, I sense something. Well, yeah, so don't I. By the way, the camera angles and the shooting and the dialogue, yeah, I can sense something's coming too.
Yeah, listen to the music.
And that hair, geez, talk about sticking your finger in an electric socket. Deanna Troy's hair. Oh my God.
Well, When
I
she
mean,
whined, it was just aggravating. But
I know I'm gonna sound like a hypocrite. I mean, but I was young. I was young and easily impressionable by Deanna, especially when she was in that dress in that one episode where she ages rapidly.
I mean, she still has more character development gap than probably a lot of the
Yeah, I mean, Tasha
for
Yar
women.
had a better rack than she did. I mean, come on.
Wow. The thing is that, I got a mouth fascination, so was Beverly Crusher for me all the way across the board.
You can never go wrong with a redhead.
Oh no.
Well, I don't know. That redhead kind of reminded me of a a cold fish.
Wow, don't talk about my Beverly.
Okay. You know what, Cash? I think you and I need to leave it, Baron and Cat need to. All right.
Well, finally, it worked. We got the show.
We've got the show. Now, where are we going to take it?
I don't know, but it's not going to be a safe place.
Do you really have a hotness for Crusher?
Yeah. Actually, yeah, I had a thing for Crusher when they had the Naked Now, and she starts unzipping the front of her uniform. I kept going, yeah, and she stopped like,
I mean, that's like Casper the Ghost. I mean,
what do you know. Hey, I'm Norwegian, okay? I like ghosts.
Okay.
The paler, the better, You know, if there's any pink, it's like not too much color.
I mean, oh my God, Dr. Beverly. Oh my God.
The red hair, the blue eyes.
Oh my God.
I think Mike just streaked by her.
Yeah, right. So. I mean, I couldn't believe Picard would even have enough to have, relations with Crusher. I mean, Lord.
What, you don't think Ace McFadden's an attractive woman?
No.
Wow.
Wow.
It's like I like pale.
Well, at least you.
Who did you like the most then, Gap, on TNG?
Tasha, female.
Tasha was okay.
Yeah.
Tasha, okay.
Yeah, Tasha Yar.
She pulled off the short hair well. I have to.
She pulled off a lot of things well. In that she just exuded like drippiness. She was just like. It's like Cameron Diaz said for her in the movie. I said, "Oh my God, I could be wet for hours just looking at her." Oh God.
Oh my. So Tasha was your favorite female out of all of them on TNG, or?
Yeah.
As attractiveness.
Oh, don't let him fool you. He liked Pulaski also.
Oh my God! Talk about go from going fish to a brick. I mean, oh my God, she was rough. I don't know where you.
Her attitude towards Data, I don't know. It's just wow, that was messed up.
I mean, maybe her tampon was in wrong during filming. I don't know. She just that way she came on.
So you didn't find Dr. Solar attractive?
Oh,
okay. Well,
those Vulcan ears.
Maybe.
And then when Susie Plaxton came back as Kalar, you didn't find her attractive?
No comment.
I mean, I think it's ridiculous.
Gotcha.
I think it's ridiculous that there were people who attacked Berman, I guess, and other. I think Nerdporial talked about this before a while back. That because there was attractive women on a show. Oh no, there's also attractive men on a show too. How terrible!
No, eye candy sells, folks.
Oh my gosh, it does.
The only thing I want to know is why aren't there large people? Why aren't there like Lizzo in Star Trek? Come on.
Well,
don't give them ideas.
Well, they already had one on there. Whatever her name was, the president of Earth.
Oh,
well,
you're talking
that
about
does not
Stacey
count.
Abrams.
That's fake Trek.
Yeah.
Well,
That was a Discovery or something, right?
Yeah, no,
Just
that
TV.
doesn't.
Just TV.
I mean, you should have seen me when I watched. I went back and watched the first season of Discovery after watching the second season, and I had a fit with that show. Oh my god,
There's so much
Jeez.
cursing in that. I think in this season of Picard. By the way, I haven't watched the last episode, Mike. Is there a lot less cursing again in this episode?
There's still cursing, but
okay.
You mind if I spoil something?
I don't care, dude. I'll watch it. Crit and I and a few other people will watch it anyways. That's fine.
All right. Thank you, Baron. Appreciate
You're
that.
welcome.
There's a sequence in the last episode where Data and Laura are fighting for control. And Data is looking through old memories and handing them to Laura, and Laura's just discarding them like they're nothing. And I had said this during my stream the other day when I was playing Tomb Raider. And then I said it when Nerporeal popped in. I said, if I were in charge, and what I would have done is instead of it being Data and Laura as Brent Spiner looks now, I would have put the money into the deep fake to make it look like Brent Spiner as Data when he was younger.
Yes.
Like they did in the first episode.
Yeah. And that's how the conversation would have been going the whole time. It wouldn't be Brent Spiner as he is now, because you're seeing Laura and Data with their memory transferred into this new android body. You're seeing them as they once were. And all you would have to do is do a deep fake and get a body double to do the roles of Data and Laura. And you could even have Data wearing the First Contact, DS9, Insurrection, Nemesis uniform, and Laura dressed up as he was in Descent Part 1 and Part 2.
Yeah,
Since that's the last time we saw.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That's what I would have done. And you want to know why? Because that's paying attention to detail, and that's making sure that you're saying to the fans, yes, this isn't memberberry, but this is also how you guys last saw these two characters in their last appearances.
Right, which wouldn't be a memberberry was actually essential to the story.
It would, yeah, it would be. What about the Changeling? Oh, yeah, that'd be something to talk about in a minute. The Changeling, why don't they just use a freeze blast and then throw an ice pick at him and kill him that way?
Well, here's another thing. Remember Laws on DS9? The shapeshifter who came on to the station during the war?
I'm only at season 3 right now.
Okay. Well, there's this shapeshifter that comes on board, and at one point in the episode, you see him floating through space. He's not frozen. He's not frozen, so when Vatic is spinning out in space, and yes, we still have the spoiler warning up, she freezes up. Yeah, I have so many issues with Picard. It's because the fan of me is going, no, Dr. Bashir developed a cure. All the changelings in the Great Link received that cure when Odo rejoined the Great Link. The female changeling agreed to stand trial for her crimes during the war. Don't make it out to be that all of Starfleet would have been torturing the changelings and conducting experiments. Section 31, yes, they're the ones who developed the virus. I can see them doing that, but not all of Starfleet. I'm tired. I am sick and tired of Starfleet always being the villain, of the Federation always being the villain. For those of you who may not know, the aliens of the week, or the different alien species that we would normally encounter quite frequently, represented us in the modern age. It was Starfleet. It was the Federation that represented us as better people. Yes, there were rogue elements of Starfleet. There were rogue admirals and rogue officers. But the best of the best were the ones you saw each and every week. They were the model of what humanity can become. And I don't care what anybody says. Picard Season 3 does not bring Star Trek back to the way it used to be. It shits on what Star Trek used to be. It continues to shit on what Star Trek used to be. And member berries aren't going to make everything all hunky-dory. They're not going to make everything all right in the world. For those of you that like Picard, fine. That's good. But for me, I want Star Trek. I want to have to, ask the question at the end of the episode. Did Picard do the right thing? Did Sisko do the right thing? And the Pale Moonlight. That's one of DS9's famous episodes where he asks the question, lying, cheating, basically committing fraud by getting the Romulans into the war, saying, would he do it again? Yes. His answer was yes, he'd do it again. You want to know why? Because he knew that they were in desperate need of help against the Dominion, against Breen, who just joined the Dominion. They needed help from the Romulans. Otherwise, the Federation and Klingon Empire will not survive. And I do want to say hello to Lord Crit.
Ever Asked Productions.
And he's talking about the documentary by Netflix say that Cleopatra was black. I have not seen that.
Me either.
No, I kind of heard some rumblings about it. And, not really. I mean, if anything, you can go back and see what they looked like back then. But for me, Elizabeth Taylor's always going to be Cleopatra.
Oh, yeah.
But, go ahead. Even in V, they swapped some races, even back in 2009. But you know what? It was okay. And it doesn't bother me as long as you don't preach to us and you got a good story. And they had a great story. And those two actors were wonderful. The one that got pregnant and, the one who got her pregnant, they were white in the original series. I didn't even think twice about it. It was just like, oh.
No, because they weren't trying to do a copy and paste. That's why. They're taking elements from the original over, not necessarily the character. And then they weren't trying to do a copy paste of the original one, which, people are tired of that, where they copy and paste and then they'll change everything up there for inclusivity or whatever.
Yeah, and back to Picard or Star Trek, didn't they show some kind of protest stuff in season 2? Saying it was 2022 or something. Isn't that right, Mike?
No, that was Strange New Worlds. I think it was in its first episode where they were trying to say that the 6th of January, a few years ago, was one of the main reasons that Earth and Star Trek's history went into World War III.
Oh, jeez, yeah, okay.
Yeah, but the thing is, as some of my other friends have said, if they don't beat you over the head with it, then you can just usually ignore it. Do they need to talk about it at all? I mean, there's definitely an argument there.
Well, and then what about that Starfleet Academy show they just greenlit? I mean,
No, it's gonna fail if it even gets made.
I hope not. I mean, I loved Anson Mount in season 2. I have to admit he was the bright spot, but I can't watch anything that has any political stuff, and like what they're doing to just one side. You should just present the whole thing and let people think about it after the show is over. Let them make up their own mind.
Well, the thing is that's not how they want. They if you dare disagree with them, it's like a mortal sin. It's like you committed blasphemy, because there's only one way of thinking in their way. And if you don't think like they do, well, you're a danger, and we have to get rid of you. So you can't present both sides of it, because as I'll sit back and say, well, there's our side, RSC, the followers of the Austrian corporal, or those other people like that. That's all you are if you don't follow it. And that's exactly what they do. You can't present television or anything like that, because you can't present that other side. You can't even pretend that you're even giving it some sympathy or courtesy.
Okay, well then why can't you just tell good stories with good? I mean, how long is it going to take to get rid of these writers of today? Because
the problem with the writers of today is they can't tell good stories because they don't know how to tell good stories. They don't have the experience to tell good stories.
That's why you have that one-sided preaching stuff, hitting you over the head.
Yeah, then you know what? I'm not going to waste my time watching Strange New Worlds then, because I mean, I look at the poster and I've heard a few things about it, and I don't like that reference they made political, and I don't like what they did with Stacey Abrams either. But I didn't watch it; I just watched somebody review it. But I look at that poster, and for some reason, it doesn't give me the Star Trek feel. It gives me the Kelvin timeline. Let's shove it down your throat kind of thing. I know I made a few movies. I know I made 3 movies, but they kind of forced me.
Well, I mean, it's just kind of hard. How long will it take? Who knows? I mean, the fact that they even had Stacey Abrams on STD is a disgusting thing. You would never, and I'm not going for any political. It could be somebody on the other side. I don't care.
But it's very political for them to do that on either side. I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you're going to do it on one side, you should do it on the other. But they won't do that either. So.
Well, they're politicking. They're trying to give her some props and all that for people to vote for her. And it's like, no, that's not what Star Trek is about. You never had that. You never had that type of BS.
And Mikey Spock would have never made it either on Kirk or Cisco's Enterprise.
None of the characters that we've seen from 2017 onward would have made it on Kirk's Enterprise, Picard's Enterprise, Cisco's DS9, Defiant, Janeway's Voyager, or Archer's Enterprise. None of them would have.
Yeah.
The moment they started whining and crying, they would have been told, you need to find another line of work.
Mm-hmm.
Starfleet's not suited for you.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean, and that's just it. I mean, it's about struggle. This is about all of our struggles. And if you're going to have something talking about the struggles of mankind, humanity, whether it's the micro or the macro, right? You got to present the things that people go through. What they sit back and say, a devoutly faithful person has always had doubts. Just like someone who is not, who doesn't have a faith has doubts. We all have doubts. We question. We read things. We educate ourselves. Or we turn around and just bury our heads in the sand, which is what we have now with modern Star Trek. But to ask these questions and to challenge ourselves, our way of thinking, is whether it's, obviously, yes, political, because everything's political in the world. It's just not, the ones with the letters behind the names, like R's, D's, and all that stuff. But everything's political in some fashion, but it's also social.
Well, like Star Trek 4 with the whales, and why don't you do a Star Trek where, how come they haven't solved that? Now there's issues with dolphins and the whales again. It's because, does the world not want to solve this problem? And you could present stories that way and try to offer a solution, or to move forward,
Right.
give that hopeness, and you can address all kinds of issues like plastic in the ocean on a Star Trek episode. I mean, you why don't you do that?
They don't know how to do it in an intelligent manner.
Right. Just take a look at, and I brought it up many times before. Take a look at Trouble with Tribbles. Obviously, this was, besides the fact David Gerald accidentally took from H.B. Piper the little fuzzies, but it's about ecological. I mean, just like the bunnies down in Australia, it's the same thing. But here you have a serious story, but it's lighthearted around there, the humor and all that stuff. But it still drove that point home and made you think.
Yeah.
I mean, how could you have something that has a lot of deep thought in there also be lighthearted and you're having fun laughing? And you can tell that the cast and crew are having a grand old time as well with the episode. But yeah, they can't do that. They cannot think differently because they've been in their bubble for so long.
Mm-hmm.
They've been around people that all they do is just fawn their ego and hubris and all that stuff.
Even go ahead.
Oh, and never making them question.
Right. And even Brad Wright from Stargate copied or tagged some of the people. I think he might have tagged Terry Metalis and said, I can make some real good Trek. Let me in on the next series. I mean, he would do a great job because he really loves Star Trek. And if he was in charge of it, he would, whoop it into shape real quick.
Well,
I mean,
I get worried by that, though. The thing is J.J. Abrams was supposed to have been a big Star Wars guy. So, going in there, it's like, oh, then Star Wars is in perfect hands. We had many people suspect and said that, this is, a dream, or, they're hot on it. They're a big time fan, and they flub it up completely, and they turn into literally fan fiction. I mean, take a look how Robert Meyer Burnett is acting lately. I'm sorry, I have to call you out. I'm sorry, but I have to call you out. I mean, just look how he's acting in all this. It's like, I thought we were better than this.
When it comes to a situation like that, we should act like Starfleet officers. We're better than that. We're not petty. We're not, gonna point fingers and poke at each other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you lost the spirit of Star Trek.
Right. I mean, when I was involved in Star Trek fandom back in the 80s and very early 90s, we'd be sitting around and talking about episodes and what they meant, and having discussions and debates about things, which there's nothing wrong with having discussions or debates as long as it's respectable. And of course, you had the fake mocking, the outrages back and forth, the two types of Klingons, or who's better, Romulans and all that. And, when the time came, Kirk or is it Kirk or Picard, but, you had that. But when it came down to it, generally, you had people discussing stuff, all sorts of stuff, and it's amazing how well educated many of these people were, and what they've read. So, Star Trek is just.
No, I hear what you're saying, and also, the lack of respect from what came before. Excuse me, if you didn't have the original series, you wouldn't have all the way up until trash time.
Right. I mean, when Paramount writes in their little things, the infamous Captain Kirk, no, you don't describe Kirk as infamous. Infamy is con.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and leaving Captain Kirk out of posters.
Yep.
Or, making him 1 inch tall or something, his face 1 inch or something, or leaving him out of the poster.
Yeah.
Say what you will about Shatner, but without Shatner, guess what? There is no Star Trek.
Right. Say what you will about any of them, whether it's George Takei and his shenanigans or whatnot. The thing is they were around. They're the ones that helped opened up and gave us a start of a giant American mythology and now worldwide mythology.
Star Trek started out as a wagon train to the stars. When every network was still showing westerns, Gene Roddenberry had to figure out a way to sell it to the networks who were more interested in westerns than some space opera.
Well, and more importantly, try to show that science fiction isn't lost in space.
Yeah, and I thought season 3 of the original series was really deep and cerebral, like layers in an onion. I mean, even that episode with the mute lady where she couldn't talk, but the actress emoted with her body and all that. That was really deep. That episode was like, wow.
Yeah, because Roddenberry wasn't really involved in the 3rd season. He'd moved on to other projects. Fred Freiberg was the one who was actually producing at that time, and you can tell there was definitely a different feel to that 3rd season. They had some stinkers in there, but they had some good ones. The Enterprise incident for one.
Brain? What brain? Brain? What?
What is brain?
Brains. Oh.
Well, I've got to get going.
All right, Cap.
So thank you for having me on. You guys have a good rest of your evening, and we'll see you on your next streams.
All right, dude.
All right, y'all have a good one.
Yeah, you take care, Cap. Sorry. Take care, JJ. Sorry, I did that one. Take care, JJ.
All right. I'll make some more I'm gonna make some more Star Wars. All right. See you later.
$3.
At least it's not Ruin Johnson.
True. Oh gosh, could you imagine if he had changed his name to Ryan Johnson?
Still like his murder mystery stuff. As I said, there's with JJ and Ruin Johnson or Ryan Johnson or whatever. Star Wars, Star Trek. I've even told my brother this at least a few times. It's a different beast, and you need to respect that beast. And if you don't, well, there's going to be problems. That's just.
And some people may not like hearing me say this, but it's true. Star Trek as we once knew it is dead. Star Wars as we once knew it is dead. Doctor Who as we once knew it is dead.
Yep.
A lot of famous franchises as we once knew them are dead.
Yeah, and I understand.
They're not coming back to that way ever again.
Yeah,
I know that's being pessimistic and negative, but it's excuse me, it's telling the truth.
It's just it would be hard to change all this stuff now and go back. You would need some other people to say, look, we're really changing these things, and if you don't like it, you're going to get fired because this is the direction that I want to go. Even Discovery, they had a chance to do something amazing, to really put a dent in Disney, and it's not going that way.
No,
obviously, and we need healthy competition, and we're not getting enough. There needs to be more competition. So.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
California is still not in the ocean yet, Phil.
I know we were all thinking things would get better on Twitter when Elon Musk bought it, but it's still a shithole.
It's still pretty much a shithole, and there was somebody who got account suspended for who knows what reason.
Yeah,
if we're going to care, I saw that. If we're going to care about actual freedom of speech, yes, there is actual threats, but even other people may get to make threats, and then none of that should be allowed in any platform. If you're making legitimate threats, then yes, you should be censored. But if you're just criticizing someone and calling them a bonehead and stuff, no, that is not hate speech.
No.
No,
it's not hate speech. It's not necessarily a polite thing, but it's not.
No, it's not polite. No, it's not polite. But yes,
and allowing one group of people to be able to say that and not another group. That's that's the thing. So just a one-sided
even
thing.
some discords are like that. Like, I don't want to speak about certain things in there just so I have to listen to the idiocy. I just don't worry. I just don't bother with it. There's just no point.
There is no point in getting into an argument about, politics or a TV show because you're going to be going nowhere. All you're doing is clicking and clacking on your keyboard.
Yep.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're arguing with a pigeon. Basically a pigeon playing chess. All the pigeon's going to do is knock all the pieces over, take a shit on the board, and then strut around because, I won.
Yep.
I
It's
won.
like how can you sit there and say this is not true when it's like 110,000% true? Like this is actually true and this is actually a lie. Yet you believe the lie, but you won't believe the truth because it's this person or it's this situation or it's this property or whatever. It's like, and then when people are found innocent, it's like, well, then these DMs came out and this, that, and it's like, well, people can fabricate things too. Just because they don't like the person. So it's just a mess.
Yeah,
I've had people say to me, oh, but Mike, you got to fight the people. You got to show them the facts. Show them the receipts.
Yeah.
It's like the facts don't matter to people who don't give a damn about the facts.
Exactly.
Basically, it comes down to the thing is you don't argue with them. You just make fun of them.
Yeah.
That's all you can do.
Yep. That's all you can do. And there is that other argument also where people are like, well, if we don't watch this, then it'll go away, which I understand. I do, but
not necessarily when you have these executives at these companies who say,
right, go ahead.
We're going to renew it. It's not going to go away. I mean, people were asking for Batwoman to go away. It took them 3 seasons to finally say no more.
Well, the funny thing is they should have just forgot about other characters, like the main characters, and just focus on the father and Lucius Fox's son, and the CW show would have been better. It just they were strong in that show, but that was the first season. I don't know. I just like, let's watch Batwoman. Oh boy, there were things. Okay, this makes sense, and then there's other stuff. I don't get this. This is ridiculous. Well, why should we care about this relationship? And it's I think, especially a lot with entertainment, it's the same circle. Why should I care about this? What makes me care about this? Yeah.
Well, the one thing I will take a disagreement with Mike on this is these shows are not dead. We still have the stuff that we grew up with. They're still out there for us to enjoy. And there's, of course, books and magazines and other stuff that you can do. So they stay alive that way. This stuff here is not what these are. These are pale imitations. And just like you had attempts to bring shows, back again, and one fashion or another, and did a horrible job, and they don't, and they're not remembered. Galactica in 1980 is not well remembered, folks. A few other stuff like that where they tried to bring back stuff and didn't do it right. Well, that's what they're going to view this era as. And the big question is going to be how the hell do you let it last that long? But we just have to let these go. We have to let these die right now, and then take the clippings and try to do the planting and hope that we can get people who do respect these properties to do something about it.
And if you're not going to do it, then hire some of these people on YouTube who have so much passion and desire to do so much with these franchises they still love.
So little.
It seems like, with so little. Yep. See how that goes. And if that starts making money, which people are like, oh, I want to give money to these fan films because I like what I see. It's like, yes.
Yeah, I mean, these are
and if you're working
projects
on something too, right? Exactly. If you're working on something, don't change because the other people want you to change. It's like, no, this is what I've liked in Star Wars, or this is what I've liked in Star Trek. This is what I want to see more of, and then we build on this. And I want to see more story, and I want to see more sacrifice, and I want to see more death if it matters. Like I want to see these things. Make me feel something.
Well, the thing is,
I want a thought-provoking character episode where it makes me think about things in a perspective I never thought of before, like Star Trek used to do.
I get tired of seeing iconic characters being torn down. I get tired of seeing the body shapes and the characters race swapped and this. Yes, some of that we do just move on and live with, but they change the character. It's not just the race. They actually change what the character is, and that's a problem.
Right.
I don't like that stuff. It's really stupid. They even CW, I can say, shows that I've paid attention to or watched, they had some good ideas and then they squander them. Then they have good ideas again, then they squander them. It sucks.
But we're going to have to let these die, let them sit around in limbo for a while, and then hopefully, like you were saying, and I've been saying it, our next group of filmmakers are coming off of YouTube here. These people are showing what they can do, and they show that they have the passion, they have the love, and they get the accolades from the fans.
Yep.
And of course, what's the big difference between it? They're telling a good story and not doing a preachy piece of BS.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the studios are gonna. There's gonna be again the two with the studios, the ones that are getting it, which they seem to be starting to wake up a little bit. I'm not saying like I said, there's always going to be downsides, and there's going to be where we don't feel like we're winning.
Yep.
But it's just going to be almost like you're going to blink an eye, and it's like things would have changed massively. You're going to hear about big major shifts here, this, that. And then you start hearing about these other projects coming out, and they're not going to be so preachy, and these new people, and these people are now becoming the new movers and shakers in the film industry, and they're the ones that love stories.
Yep. Nothing's also going to change when you don't get rid of actors like Ezra Miller, and there's some other people who have actually caused problems to real people.
Yeah.
It just makes no sense how these people have some kind of plot armor that they can just go and do this stuff, all because of how they identify or whatever. It's insanity to me. That's just that right there is the definition of insanity.
Well, Ezra Miller's pronouns is asshole. I mean, there's just no doubt about it. But that's just it. I mean, and Hollywood sometimes had a problem with protecting those that don't need. I mean, dare I say, Roman Polanski.
Yep.
All the accolades he still gets today, and all the beating to the chest. Oh, he can't come to the United States because he ran after being found guilty. He's technically a fugitive of justice.
Yep. Yeah.
Because, and I'm going to say it, folks, he sodomized a 14-year-old he drugged up. That's what they protect. Now, Mel Gibson falling off the wagon, getting pulled over, and making a bunch of
He
untoward
apologized,
comments.
though. Yeah,
Yeah, but
he
no.
actually apologized.
He did,
yeah,
but no. But the thing is him doing that, they're willing to destroy him and never have him do anything again.
Right.
Because
they
he got
can't
drunk
destroy
and
him
some
because,
stuff.
but they can't destroy him because he won't let them be destroyed. I didn't even know about how they were attacking Brendan Fraser. I didn't even think about that. I haven't thought about a Brendan Fraser in a long time until Whale came around.
Right. Yeah.
It's just, so I think he's just been laying low from Hollywood. Even Robert Downey Jr. and some of these other people, I don't think they like what's going on.
Well, and gotta remember too, Mel Gibson is the one that gave him the big second chance. When no one was wanting to touch him, nobody wanted to touch him. Mel Gibson did the Singing Detective, I believe the movie was, or something like that, and that was his leap, going back and getting accolades for that to become boom, who he is today.
Yep. They change voices because it's not politically correct and it has to be this way. And the problem is, and Simpsons runs into this problem too, that they are still Carl and even Dr. Hibbert. It doesn't sound like them, and it's aggravating to hear their voice because it's not their voice. They should get somebody as close as they can, like they did with Family Guy, who sounds like Cleveland. They got that guy from YouTube. He sounds a lot like Cleveland.
But the thing is, it never needed to be done.
Yeah, I know.
Because the only people that was the only ones that were upset were the quote unquote allies that I'll be offended for you. I mean, most of the Indians love Apu. They identify with Apu. They think he is funny. They don't feel that he's mocking.
No.
I don't think there is a single average black person out there thinking that Hibbert and the other ones being voiced by a white person is insulting.
Yep. It was disappointing to see somebody like Hank Azaria go on Colbert or whatever it was, and just I think it was Stephen Colbert, yeah, I know, and apologize. There's nothing to apologize for, man. You don't need to apologize. You never give in, and it's not just one side of the aisle with the mobs. It's other people. It's people who go, "Oh, how could you watch that? You're a horrible person. You blah blah blah." Like, this stuff has been going on for generations. Some people seem to act like this has not ever happened before. Of course it has.
That's why I'm confident about a shift in Hollywood. That's why I'm absolutely positive.
And I understand that positivity about the shift happening in Hollywood. I mean, I was telling you guys before the stream about last night's Cub game.
Yeah.
The Cubs at one point were trailing in the game 7-0 to the Mariners. And the Cubs kept chipping away. And then the final score of the game was 14-9 in favor of the Cubs. Now, they didn't win today's game. They lost 5-2, but they still took 2 out of 3 from the Mariners. So to win 2 series back to back, that's a positive right there. But, I bring up last night's game because some people would look at the score going, "Oh, it's 7-0. This game's over." But I looked at the score at one point. It was 6-0. I'm going, well, back in 2015, Cubs were trailing the Mariners 6-0, and they managed to come back and win in extra innings. Maybe it'll happen again.
Yeah, any true baseball fan knows that can change at a moment's notice. You change out the pitcher because your starter's wearing out, and the closer decides to screw everything up for you.
Yeah,
just for one example. I mean,
or one miscue out in the field. It just opens the floodgates for the other team, and
right. It only takes one little thing. Rugby is the same way. I mean, you take a look and it's like the game only has 10 minutes left, and there's this big, gap, and all of a sudden you blink and it's like, whoa, they came back. They're in the lead, and end up winning. It's like, that's what's so great about these games, especially when you have to use strategy, and what you're ruining with baseball with all this new garbage.
Yeah, they are.
I watched a little bit of the Twins game on Sunday, and it was like, I'm seeing the clock down there, and it's like, wait a moment, you got the clock started, and no one's even in position yet.
Yeah, that's how they do it now. It's annoying. And some people are going, "Oh, but the games are much faster now." That's not the point of baseball. It's not the point of baseball.
And that's your plus? No, that's not a plus.
I've seen so many games, and there have been games where the Cubs haven't been able to come back, and then games like last night where it's like, this team's got something. And it's got heart.
Well, you also got those games where they're fighting as hard as they can, but it just seems like they stepped on every crack, broke a couple mirrors, walked underneath the ladders, and opened umbrellas inside because their spectacular plays they're attempting to do is not going right when it should be. Like you feel bad for them.
Yeah, you do, because I mean there have been games where Cubs are, just not having any kind of luck.
Yeah.
Not having any kind of luck at all. And then there are games where, if you guys could actually hear me as I'm watching some of the games, going, come on. All right, we don't need a home run here. You don't need to pull the ball. You don't need to try to hit it out of the ballpark. We just need to keep the line moving. Station to station baseball. See that guy over at first? Let's get him to third. Or let's see if we can bring him in. Keep the line moving.
Well, the one thing that got me was, there was and this is where I felt sorry for the team that the Twins were playing against, which was the Astros. And they were up to bat. The guy hits the ball. He's running to first base straight, right? He's not deviating. He's just going straight. Has a bit of a collision with the first baseman, and then they turn around and charge him with interference, and he gets thrown out of the game.
The only thing I could say on that, Baron, is depending on where he's running down that first base line,
Yeah.
if he's not in what they consider the path of the baseline, if he deviates from that path in any way, he's out.
He didn't. He didn't.
Well,
In fact, the first baseman was actually more at fault for being in the way, and the fact that the ball was thrown horribly.
Well, I mean, there's nothing you can do as a first baseman if the ball's thrown horribly and you're trying to catch it and you get in the batter's way. I mean, the runner's way.
Right, and it's not. It's not like the guy attempted to be interfered. In fact, that wasn't even the case. And you can see it all the way across the board. No, this was your typical baseball, two people, colliding each other. If they're going to charge that with interference, my God, what would they have called some of the plays that we used to watch 15 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago?
Yeah.
They think that's interference. My God.
Baseball, like entertainment, has changed, and not all of it for the better.
No. Bigger bases to trip over, and what the shortstop can't go on the grass.
They have to be on the dirt. They can't be on the grass. They, last year and in 2021 and 2020, 2019, 2018, you can go back 8 years.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Where teams were shifting depending on, who came up to bat. If they're a right-handed batter, they would shift more to the left. If they're a left-handed batter, they would shift more to the right to prevent the ball from going through.
Right.
Well, now you can't do the shift, which I'm glad. I'm glad. I got tired of this shift because you pretty much knew it was going to be an easy out, even if it was a left-handed batter and everybody was shifted to the right side of the field, leaving third base wide open for somebody to hit it right down the third base line or even go for a bunt because you have your shortstop as the only guy there on the left side of the infield. He's not going to get to the ball in time.
Right.
But that's another thing. A lot of players nowadays, we say that riders can't ride anymore. A lot of players nowadays, they can't bunt worth shit.
Nope. Some can't pitch worth shit either.
No.
Some can't throw for shit.
Yep, that's for sure. Heck, I even know that I can't throw for shit.
Yeah, I know I can't either. But it's not my forte. But I'm glad that baseball got out of my system. Many years back, because this would be killing me now. This would be. I love baseball. I really, really do. It's my favorite American sport. But what they've done in the last 2 decades, since the strikes, it just kind of took a lot out. Thank God for small hometown leagues.
That's how I feel about hockey. I got tired of the greed, and I got tired of that one player saying, "If you guys don't think we're doing enough, fuck you." No, fuck you, dude. Go fuck yourself over there in the trash can or something because you're not doing enough. This is all greed. So go screw off and go put your money up your ass and shut the fuck up because the fans make your sport. Do we need shirts that say that, all of us? The fans make your sport.
Like, you don't have to limit it to sport. The fan makes your movie. The fan makes your television show. The fan makes your game.
Gosh.
Fan wears your merchandise, your number, your
That's right.
all that across the board. And the thing is I know this is going to sound horrible, but they need to have the fear of not being on the team.
Yes.
More serious. And that means basically any team, because, if they're not playing full, the coach should not be afraid to go out there and rip them a new one. And he should not be penalized by people up above him when he says, no, he's not playing.
Yep.
I mean, could you imagine a manager like Sparky Anderson going easy on the kids nowadays? He wouldn't do that.
No.
And there's been some coaches that have actually caused mental abuse, physical abuse, and it's not good. I mean, Bobby
and I'm not
Knight
saying
did
that,
a lot of bad things, but he was a great coach. But his attitude and his mental abuse on players is not good. You watch these 30 for 30s, you're like, this can't be true, and it's true, and you're just like, fuck,
Yeah,
man.
and you don't want that. But the thing is,
No.
is that players should go out there and play every game like that. If that his job depends on it, because it is. It's just like us. If we went to our jobs and started screwing off because we think we're some big shot there, how long until we get dragged in the office before we know it, written up or fired?
Well, there is also something now, and especially with how bad mental health is, and it's not the person who has the weapon in their hand, it's the person who uses it. But of course, don't try to explain that to a lot of people. If we could have our leaders, especially now, come out with a message every week about how we need to work on mental health, I think that might help some people, and maybe more than some. But unfortunately, people are too arrogant. They have their heads up their ass and whatever for us to do that. And we have I'm not going to go deep into politics, but it's circus.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah. I like to make that clear.
So I hope I got your vote for 2024. Okay.
But Barry, you bring up the fact that if we don't do our jobs, then we're in the office. There are times, especially when you're working, a job like retail or any job that you deal with a public and you have to do, tasks during the day, where you'll have your boss come up to you and say, well, why didn't you get this task done before you left? Because I was helping the customer. You don't want me to ignore the customer, do you? And I can't tell you how many times I had somebody, whether it was a manager or assistant manager, say, well, why didn't you get this done? Because I was helping the customer.
Yeah.
That's what I'm here for, to help the customer.
All these people that forget what the purpose of the job is, because, well, they've gone to Office Space. I mean, cash money wants Phil wants cash money, but I mean, they don't have enough people around these places to ask this question.
What would you say you do here?
We need more of that, and a lot of companies are doing that now because they can't afford to keep these people on there. That's why the Best Buy headquarters building's half full.
Look at McDonald's. They recently shut their headquarters down.
Well, yeah, and a lot of these places can't, don't have help. I mean, yeah, it's just, I hope things turn around, everything across the board sooner or later. And the big thing is we're viewed as the enemy, so what we say doesn't count. Whether it's entertainment or anything. And the thing is we're, they look with disdain to the old guard. And, they call things like gatekeepers. Yeah, the gatekeeper is very important. If you want to come and enjoy what we have here, come on in. But if you want us to change this and twist it around to fit you, don't let doors hit you. That's all a gatekeeper is. Yes, they want to. And just like any group of people, you got overzealous ones.
Yeah.
And you got some that are just lazy asses. Really, we should probably look at that, But no, it's not. They don't like us because we know our stuff. I doubt there's hardly anybody involved in the Star Trek series. And I dare say probably even some of the cast members themselves of Picard forgot about Star Trek and what it's about. And we're the thorn. We're that festering boil that keeps on bothering them, reminding them of what it is. They don't want to be reminded.
Exactly. I mean, even when I watch baseball, I think to myself, especially now with the DH in the National League, I miss the strategy.
Yeah.
You don't have the strategy like you used to. You don't have a guy trying to make that sacrifice bunt to bring a guy in. You don't have the manager looking at his scouting report saying, okay, we've got a left-handed batter coming in. We've got a left-handed pitcher in the bullpen. And our left-handed pitcher has good numbers against this left-handed batter. Let's bring him in and get it out here.
Right.
Even if that pitcher only faces that one batter, that was still strategy in the game.
Right.
How many Cash? I don't know about you, but when was the last time you saw, somebody lifted for a pinch runner so you can have more speed on the bases?
He fell asleep again.
He must have fallen asleep on the keyboard, but you don't even see that very often in baseball anymore, where you get a pinch runner, your fastest guy on the team off the bench to run to try to score that winning run.
Right.
You don't have the best writers in Hollywood right now giving you the best material that they can.
Right.
Whether it's one writer, two writers, or a team of writers. We knew that Star Trek was written by a team of writers.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't even have that now.
No.
You don't have the Michael Pillars type of writer coming in to Star Trek and putting Next Generation on the course that it went on to become the show that's so memorable even today. Even some 35 years, almost 36 years after it premiered.
I don't want to think it's been that long, but it has.
Yeah, well, I mean, check Voyager.
Yeah.
It's, in 2 years, it's going to be 30 years old.
Yeah.
DS9, it's 30 years old right now.
Mm-hmm. That and Babylon 5, both.
Yeah.
Yeah, and thank you, Phil. But, I think these will go away for a while. I do honestly think now Doctor Who is completely dead because they've really, unless they go and restart it from the beginning again or something, they've royally, that show has just been so ruined by the powers that be there. But Star Wars and Star Trek and these others, they have a chance to come back, but they need to be put away for a while.
Yeah.
And I'm for it. I'm for it.
Yeah, it's just like with game franchises, if you're not going to hold true to what the game's known for, then why don't you let it rest for a while?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I got my books. I got my recordings. So whatever it is, I can. So many things are still being aired free. I don't need to worry about it. The stuff that I have is still alive, and that's all. That's all that's important.
You can go to Pluto. You can go to Tubi and watch things for free.
Right. I believe Babylon 5's on Tubi right now. It's not on HBO anymore. HBO-Max, but it's on Tubi, so it's free with commercials. But you can see it.
Yeah, I don't mind commercials.
Right. And so it'd be nice if they actually brought it over to Pluto, but we'll see.
Yeah.
But it's stuff's out there. My stuff isn't dead. The new stuff, however, is just a pale mocking, and I don't acknowledge it as such.
Yeah, and maybe that was a poor choice of words on my part, saying Star Trek as we knew it is dead, Star Wars as we knew it is dead. Because you're right. If I want to watch Star Trek as I know it, then I could just pop in a Next Generation Blu-ray, or the original series Blu-ray, or DS9 DVD Voyager Enterprise Blu-ray, or even throw in, even though they're the specialized edition, because you know how many re-editions Lucas made of them, I can still watch the original 6 movies and still get enjoyment out of them.
Yep. And and you want to go, there's the fan-made stuff that's on there. If you want Star Trek, you can either go with Vic Mignogna with Star Trek Continues, or go James Cawley with Star Trek Phase 2. Or you can watch a number of others fan films from Star Wars, Star Trek. It doesn't matter. There's so much out there that the people that love what we have and want to keep it that way.
I mean, Indiana Jones. There's only 3 movies.
Yeah.
What do you mean they made a 4th? What do you mean they made a 5th? There's only 3. I'm saying that because after I watched Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, I looked at my mom, I looked at my sister, and the 3 of us had one question. What the heck was that?
Yeah. I was talking with a crit and all that. It's like, I tried to get into it and I couldn't. And, the refrigerator scene is one of the things that didn't bother me. I kind of got a chuckle out of it because it's that crazy, cliffhanger type of thing that you would expect, which is what, Indiana Jones is James Bond cliffhanger. But the rest of the film was like, what's going on? It's like, I just couldn't get into it. It was not engrossing. It was not, it was nice to see Karen Allen again.
Yeah.
But it's like, no, this just, what were you thinking, George and Steve?
They weren't thinking.
Yeah, I keep on thinking of the South Park episode where they really severely mocked them.
Well, Baron, we've been going for 4 hours tonight.
Yeah, I thought we were only going to go like 1 or something. You lied to me. And
I never said anything about going 1 hour. I don't know that we'd be capable going for an hour. I don't know if we would.
I don't think so. Well, I mean, Cash, because he's asleep right now. So.
Yeah. But I want to thank you for being here, and Cash for being here. I want to thank Gap for hopping in and explaining to us why he's known as J.J. Abrams now.
Yeah, defending himself.
Yeah, Lucy, you got some explaining to do. But I also want to thank Real Wade Gaming Clips for being here tonight. We had Jason Fox of 540 Studios. And of course, DJ Ronnie G. The old man. He's Canadian. He's angry. He's the angry Canadian. And we have the angry old man, Phil McCracken. We also had Spartacus from 540 Echo. And of course, J.J. Abrams, also known as Steven Spielberg, also known as Gap After Dark. Anonymous stopped by. And of course, we had Crit.
Orca Boy.
And Steven Ransom. So, Baron, do you have anything coming up that you would like to discuss?
No, I'm hoping to get stuff rearing up next month here after we get to move. I'll, try to, of course, hop on here, obviously, and a few of the other programs. And, of course, The Kings on 5 o'clock Sundays, Central Standard Time at 24/7 Fusion Media. I have noticed one thing. I don't know. Is he there finally? I was going to play. Oh, yeah, you were gone so long. I was wondering if this happened.
What the hell are you talking about? Oh, my guidance counselor says that certain words perpetuate this sexist worldview that could trigger.
Quiet! From now on, you won't listen to your guidance counselor. You're going to listen to me. Is that understood?
Yes, Sensei.
Yeah, and unfortunately, he had to be wearing a Dodger shirt. So Mike put 2 and 2 together in his head, and yes, yes.
Made him the most powerful person.
That's last season of Cobra Kai better be so dang good, because the last season before that has just been. They could have just ended the show right there.
Yeah.
So,
and
gotta bring the fire, as I would say. Yes. I don't know what they're going to do, and if they're going to play nice and stuff, and there's no rivalry, and it's going to be a big problem.
Yeah, you saw since they Kim out there, and you have Kreese out there.
Yep. So Kreese is going to cause problems, but we'll see how this season goes. I guess it'll be 10 episodes probably last season, something like that.
Probably. That's what the other seasons have been, 10 episodes apiece.
Yep.
But Mr. Cash Bunny 007.
Yes. So It's going. Part 1 had some echo problems that I'm going to talk to Mike about. Unfortunately, streaming runs into issues, and I didn't realize that for some reason my stream was playing also on Twitter, so I had to fix that problem. And after I fixed that problem, and there was no echo anymore, and then I was playing Deus Ex Human Revolution. Now that game is not easy, and I'm not playing it on the easiest difficulty. They're like, you want a challenge, you play this one. Okay, oh fuck. But yes, I will be playing that again in another few days, and that's going to be probably another long stream, maybe even longer than last time. And then in a few more days, I'm going to be starting Hades. I've never played Hades, so I want to see what that's about. Yes.
Sounds fun.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as this channel is concerned, I will probably go back to playing Tomb Raider tomorrow. I just haven't set up the stream yet, so that will be coming up tomorrow. More Tomb Raider gameplay. And I'm not going to stream anything Fridays, Saturdays up in the air. And Sunday, I won't be streaming anything here on the channel because I'm going to the 25th anniversary screening of The Big Lebowski. But there's nothing to say that perhaps maybe this gentleman might be streaming.
Yeah.
With
Well, you know, that's just like your opinion, man.
with this gentleman. So yeah. Yeah, and I don't know what they're going to do. They might have open panels on Sunday. You never know. But that won't count for Pop Talk. It will count. When
it will count. This is a Pop Talk.
It is a Pop Talk.
Hold on. I know somebody's going to roll their eyes when I say this, but it doesn't count for Pop Talk because I won't be here.
The hell you say?
We got to find another clip after that one, Baron. What other clip will fit with there?
I don't know. It's still Pop Talk.
It could still be an open stream.
It's a mutiny then. No.
I wouldn't say if it's a mutiny. if I've already told you guys before the stream that if you want to stream something, go ahead.
Yep. All right.
I might be peeping in. I might be keeping an eye on you guys.
I mean, we might crit. We might.
I mean, he might get that. Yeah. He might get that email saying your channel has been canceled.
Yes, I'll definitely review a crit. You know that, brother.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be hard. Even probably Jace will probably review it. I don't know. You probably talk to him. There's other people, I'm sure.
Orca Boy Awakens.
He does. That was on the other day, actually, on Comedy Central. No, it was on. Was it on Comedy Central? No, it was on Cartoon Network. Yeah, Superman, the original.
Yeah, because what's it doing on Cartoon or even on? I don't know. These channels don't know what they are.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh
yeah,
man!
If I remember, Fox had some minor health problems before.
Yeah.
I think he talked about that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna bring it up here real quick.
All right.
And let me go ahead and share the screen.
Yeah, and if you guys find something to watch of Jamie Foxx, watch the Jamie Foxx show. That show is still
That was great.
It's still funny.
All right, so this is from TMZ.
Mm-hmm.
And it says Jamie Foxx hospitalized for a medical complication. Family says he's recovering. Update 6:29 Pacific time. Sources with direct knowledge tell TMZ Jamie suffered a medical emergency Tuesday morning and was taken to the hospital where told his condition was serious enough that Jamie's family, some of whom were not in town,
came to the hospital. One source told us he's communicating now, and that's good news. Jamie Foxx suffered what his family is calling a medical complication, though his daughter says her famous father's condition is already improving. Jamie's daughter, actress Corinne Fox, posted the medical update Wednesday on social media and says Jamie suffered the issue Tuesday, but immediately got great care and is now on the mend. Sources with direct knowledge tell TMZ the condition was serious enough that Jamie was hospitalized. Corinne adds, "We know how beloved he is and appreciate your prayers. The family asks for privacy during this time. That's completely understandable. At this time, it's unclear exactly how Jamie came to discover the still unspecified complication, or if he was experiencing symptoms that prompted him to get checked out. We do, however, know Jamie's been working in Atlanta on a film called Back in Action with co-stars Glenn Close and Cameron Diaz." And it finishes up by saying it's unclear how long Jamie will need to remain in the hospital or if and when he'll be able to return to working on the movie. Well, our thoughts and prayers are with Jamie Foxx and his family, and here's hoping for a speedy recovery.
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, sad news there, definitely.
Yeah.
And I hate the fact that we have to use something like TMZ because, of all the people who don't respect privacy, it's those bastards.
Yeah,
That's true.
They can really be a pain in the ass and stuff, and even on certain political matters, it's like, dude, what are you talking about?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They also have good interviews too, though. So it's
an up and down thing.
Flip the coin.
Yeah. Flip a coin, see what side it lands on, and see what TMZ does.
Tell you what, I'm going to save the coin and just watch my own thing.
But an article like that, I'm glad TMZ found out. Good, people need to know these things.
Oh yeah, well they're professional. They're professional, so they'll be all over it. So they're usually the first ones to get that.
Mm-hmm.
So, for Bear Norman Tag and Cash Money 007, I am your host, Mike. I want to thank each and every one of you for being here tonight. Hope you enjoyed the show. If you did, make sure to leave a thumbs up. If you didn't, leave a thumbs down. Leave a comment down in the comment section below. Be sure to subscribe to everybody who was on the panel. Their links will be in the description. And remember, I'm not just a baseball guy. I'm an all-around guy. Have a good night, everyone.
Master Paul can fluff my pillows Navy style any day.
Pop Talk is where it's at, baby.
Seeing that reminds me of all the burritos I ate last night.
Autobots, in the morning. Transform and roll out.
Easy mode sucks.
From Kraken, worst troll ever.